Wow, it's time for another entertaining day of suffering. Woo. Yay. Woo. Let's go. Oh boy. Ugh. I definitely did not spell Cat's name correctly there, but that's fine. Whatever. Oh, man. Ugh, my head's hurting. Did I just see that right? Resident Evil 9 costs 95 Canadian. Fucking Christ, bro. Like, bro. $100 for a game, man. Is insane. That's kind of nuts. I don't like that. Redditors would rather see their daughters trafficked than have a based son. Racist son or porn star daughter? We're talking about teenagers here. Yeah, dude, because every porn star gets trafficked? So we're talking about teenagers here. I don't, like, a teenager being a porn star? Like, that's, okay, that's a little fucking weird. I have no idea what the fuck r/teenager polls are, but I guess it's like polls made by teenagers? That's probably what it is. But okay. Sure, man. Very cool. There you go. Good job, OBS. You figured it out, buddy. Last week marked the start of the government's long-standing antitrust case against Ticketmaster, with executives set to take the stand before a jury And then the Trump administration is entering into a cheap settlement, depriving fans, artists, and venues of full relief. Nice fucking meme. They do hate you. But the state AGs announced they will keep the case going so that Ticketmaster is actually held accountable for breaking the law. That's good. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Republicans are evil and they want you all to die. That's just a fact. Okay, can't have them exactly overlapping with one another. Can't pick them up when you place them down, eh? You cannot. Okay. Once you pick up the pressure dome, you pick up the pressure dome. That's that. Period. End of story. Good to know. Hmm. We don't need this to be pressurized. Okay. Alright, grab these from Hieron. Perfect. Oh, put the car down. Oh, put the other robots away for now. Now, what exactly do we need now? Okay, so I need this. Salt. We need uranium-238. Okay. Fuel cells. Okay. Okay, a lot of this shit's relatively cheap and simple. Okay, so first thing we're probably going to want to start taking care of is the ability to make salt filters. We're going to want to start making salt because we want to make the molten salt reactor. So we're going to want to make salt filters. Salt filters take carbon fiber and what? Steel. Pretty inexpensive. Okay, so we could make salt filters and assembly machines. Can't build it on there, so you need to put it in a pressure dome. So we need salt filters. The reason we need salt filters is so we can start to make salt. Use the salt to make that. So now we can make this. We'll make brackish water. And there's salt. Electrolysis? Right here. This will give us oxygen and hydrogen. I want to place this thing. Steel, carbon fiber. All right, perfect. Ay, ay, ay. Man, Asmongold fans and fans of all these orbiters really have no idea what the fuck any words mean, do they? They just have no idea. Lovely. Carbon fiber acquired. So we probably want to make these filters using the chemical plants. I don't want mixed quality filters, is the thing. So what? Salt filter. Okay, chemical plants don't need, you know, we need to use these things. Which means they go to our first pressure dome. I suppose this will be the salt filter production facility. So we only need atmosphere in these buildings if they need, I believe it's only if they need the engineer to be standing in there and I don't have to stay in the sub. I think that's how it works. Once you place down these pressure domes, you can't mine them. Once they're set, or can you actually? You can, you just have to remove everything from it first. Okay. Well, that makes life a little easier. Hmm. don't I just post them like this then, maybe? I think I might like that more, maybe? That doesn't work exactly like I wanted it to. Okay. So you do just move the substations out of the way. Okay, so now I guess I'm just gonna have to put them like this then, I suppose. Okay, so we need to make salt filters here. So these obviously won't function in the dome unless we get a bunch of atmosphere in here. Huh? The fuck's going on here? Too much stuff, eh? Wow, for the first time in a long time, I actually have to bring in some extra cargo bays. Huh. Fascinating. Wow. Well, let's remedy that problem. Never would have thought something like that might actually happen. Okay, salt filter. Okay, we'll put them more so like here. Okay, we'll do something like this. Productivity modules and whatnot. Atmosphere. I believe it's the, no. It's the chemical plants that are supposed to take care of that. Yes. Okay, that makes sense. Should I just purely do this through bots now, actually? Maybe it would be better for me to just do this completely with bots. I mean, this place is what, 1x with, oh, energy usage is very, very low. Yeah, 0.01 time. Okay. Energy usage. And so energy usage is essentially free on this planet. In fact, it seems like they would want you to use bots. So I think I will just be using bots then. I mean, not that the bots that I have use energy. They don't, but... Okay, so... This will be for the creation of filters. Probably want to make leave a little bit of room. Because we do need... space for the miners to mine up for sand. But we have to keep this shit close enough to the fucking actual main fuck. I can't put this exactly center, which is so fucking awkward. It annoys me. Chemical plant. We need to empty atmosphere barrels into these shitters. Probably don't need 150. Where is what I'm looking for? Where are the beacons and stuff? Don't know how many of these things we'll really need, to be honest. For salt filters. I mean, the return on the investment of the salt filters is almost 1-to-1. Almost. So we'll probably have to use a circuit. To essentially tell these dumbasses, hey, stop doing your thing when you reach a certain threshold. fuck? Okay, this should work. What am I going to do with all the extra barrels? What kind of barrels do we have? Just regular old barrels. Okay. I may need more barrels than just 5,000. Maybe. Right. Mestifix and Aquilo. Hmm. Where the fuck is our thing? Cargo bays, cargo bays, cargo bays. There they are. Of course, they're all holding a bunch of shit and they're being stupid. Fantastic. That is extremely irritating. Ay, 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 god damn it. That should clean up more of the stuff. Well, 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 if it isn't a MILF that is sacrificial. I didn't think anyone would appear today. We made a little bit of a mess, and we had to clean up our mess a little bit. Why are you calling me fucking Dabubu? You're getting sent to fucking Pazuzu. You're going to Pazuzu. That's it. Pazuzu time. I'm sending you to Pazuzu. Let's go. Why would you let's go that? Women. Women. Am I right, fellas, or am I right? Women. I'm trying to channel my inner Leon from Resident Evil. I don't know what is wrong with the bot. I genuinely have no idea. I really don't know what the fuck happened with the bot. The only thing I can think of now is the bot is not a mod. That might be the only thing I have to try to fix now to see if that works. The fact that the bot doesn't even fucking appear there. It's strange. Can you uninstall and then put it back on? I believe I did try that. It did not work. But here, we'll try again. So blurp. Login. Login with Twitch. Ta-da, we have logged in with Twitch. All of my shit is there. Lovely. Extension and support page. Twitch extension pop out. Fucking stale 2000. Oh no. Where is blurp? There you are. Properties. URL. At this point, what I'm thinking is wrong is probably the URL. Create a blurb, suggestions, rankings, home. We improved our stuff. Your existing rewards will be automatically migrated. Okay. Let me see if that works. Videos, TTS. Viewers can create... No, I don't want that. Profile, extension... I tried to redeem one, it doesn't work. I think what the problem is now is we just need the OBS extension now to work, and that should fix it. I do not hear it. Because if we can get that to work, then it's done. So let's see. Blurp OBS extension. Settings in the side menu. Wow. And there's the settings, block list, suggestion, block list, extension background? No, browser source. Here we go. Okay. Let's see if that works. It did not work. OBS Studio. Obviously, we have the thing. Browser source. We got the browser source. Is it because it needs to be refreshed? I did refresh it. Why are you gay? This could just be OBS now at this point. That's being very dumb and annoying. How about we try something else instead? How about we add a new browser source? We get rid of blurp. So, trash this bitch. Add a new browser source, because it's a browser source. Call it blurp. Okay, fine. You know what? I'm too lazy to actually fucking do the shit, so how about we just call it blurp2. Oh boy, a browser source. The only thing that we need is just the URL. There's the create a new browser. Boom. Okay. Properties, refresh cache of current page. Browser source not connected. Create a new browser source. I tested the audio, it's not working. But why? Browser sources. Main browser source required, not connected. Media share VOD track experience browser. Now, why is it saying that it's offline? That's interesting. At this point, it's just something up with blurp now. Because it's just the browser source, you fucking put it in, you add the source. Boom, bada bing, bada boom. Easy, easy clap. Let's see. How to connect main browser source blurp. We need the extension? So we need the blurb extension then? Okay. No, I just want the extension. They completely changed how this shit works. No, I removed it because it wasn't doing anything, so I got rid of it. Okay, cool. I guess they completely changed how their system works. It's fair enough. We don't need this open. Okay, so blurb extension added. Now blurb status, browser source last connected today. Your linked accounts. Viewer link, Twitch extension. Twitch extension is active. That should be fine. Set up the extension. It just takes me back to here. Okay, good to know. View all sources. Still says offline. Okay. Copy browser link. Properties. Control F. Refresh cache. Okay. That should be it. Should be. But it still says it's not connected. If I were to test right now, it does nothing. Why is it not connecting? Your browser source has not been connected. Okay, so then how am I going to connect it? That's the question. Add browser sources to every... Okay, I have done exactly that. I'm assuming now the problem is OBS and Blurb are probably not talking with one another. That's what I'm assuming is the issue. For some reason, Blurb is not able to see that the URL has been actually connected. Now, I'm not sure if I have to restart stream to make it work. Normally, you would just say refresh cache, and that's it. Okay, you know what? Let's try resetting the stream. Wow, we're so Barack Hussein Obama. Now, did that do anything? We have reset everything. Blah, 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 blah. Nope. All the extensions and everything should be connected, but this fucker, it just refuses to work for some reason. I have no idea why. So I do not know. I do not know what is problem. I don't know. I don't know. We're doing this fucking cringe ass bullshit. Fucking. Speaking of another fucking problem that I have to deal with. As soon as I restart my PC, all of a sudden I start having problems with the whatever the fuck. So for some reason, the problem is OBS and Blurp are not talking with one another. The browser extension is not talking with a bunch of other shit. That's the issue. Why? I don't know. I have no idea why. I may just have to reset the whole thing or some shit. I don't know. It's weird, it's annoying, it's stupid, and I fucking hate it. Now, the sound is being annoying. Okay. I have no idea what's wrong with it. Why is it not working? I don't know. Maybe because it just hates quirked up white boys. Maybe that's why. It just hates quirked up white boys. Which, understandable. I also sometimes hate quirked up white boys. Alright, you idiots will eventually clean all of that up eventually. This mess will probably never happen again with these changes. Very annoying that it did happen, though. Don't like that in particular. Don't like that very much whatsoever, but whatever. Okay. Okay, that'll clean up the motherfuckers that were holding a bunch of homium plate. All these shitters will clean themselves up eventually. Like I said, I never would have thought this thing would ever completely fill up with items, but it does. It did. It's a Christmas miracle. Sometimes wacky things happen in this game. And then you have to fix it. And it's really annoying. There we go. The base is now nice and fucking clean. Alright, back to doing what I was doing. After getting so rudely interrupted by all this bullshit. I need reinforced glass. We need salt filters to get salt, and then we need a way to make... all the other shit we need. Sand we can get for free, and then we need to find a way to get coral. I have no idea where the fuck we mine coral from. So that's how we get sand. Sand is free. Where the fuck are the coral deposits? I need that stuff. Man, I am so not used to moving this fucking slow, I'm not gonna lie. I'm so not used to... I said I'm so not used to moving this fucking slow. I move so slow in the fucking goddamn submarine. I am so slow. I ain't used to it. Okay, I have a lot of extra dog shit in my fucking inventory. Alright, make me atmosphere. $37 per second, eh? That's more than enough, I would say. For salt filters. And the atmosphere does not get consumed that quickly, it seems. Which seems pretty alright. So not too shabby. But that's the gimmick of this place, and now I should be able to stand in here, no problem. With my suit and everything, and I shouldn't need to have to, well, face any consequences for breathing. Cool. Okay. Breathing will cost you. That's true. Salt. Salt electrolysis. Does not how you spell salt. Here. It's the recipe we want. We can do this outside. We need brackish water. To make brackish water, we need... not this. More chemical plants. These we are not going to want to use the hydro plants for because we can even use the electromagnetic plants. I could start to generate saturated salt filters, which I find very funny, but I don't think we want that either. These we will take outside. So what we want to basically do is we want to start making a bunch of salt and a bunch of other shit. So, salt. You guys will make the brackish water. We definitely don't want to fuck all that much with productivity, more than likely, because of the fact that that's just going to be way too much of a pain in the ass. to manage that. So I guess we can just stick salt processing here. Let's get our pipes, of which I have a lot of. Probably too much of. Sand mining, which we will eventually have to do. I could just like stick it up here. Saline water is basically free. So we can just do this. Are roboports waterlogged? You can't place down roboports. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Pressure's too high. Yes, that makes sense because the pressure domes act also as your roboports. No problems there. Makes perfect sense to me. Fantastic, excellent. How much does this produce? 320 brackish water? Okay, that's a good amount. 160 per. Of course, this always makes us a saturated salt filter. Salt filter. Salt filter cleansing. We need water and saturated salt filters for that. And we make water... not from here, not from there, but from this. With the hydrogen and the oxygen that we make from the salt electrolysis, that's how we get water. So it'll give us water. Having water will be nice. Okay, one thing that we need to make sure to do is to make sure that because this system will, like I said before, this system will yield a bunch of salt filters, 95% of the time. The other percentage of the time, it'll yield water and salt. So basically, what we have to make sure that we're doing constantly is ensuring that the system does not clog and back up. So we'll have to use a little bit of circuit logic and a little bit of other shenanigans as well. Ow! Ow! Just like that, we now have our saturated filters, and we're making brackish water. Thank you. Now with brackish water, and we can just copy and paste this as many times as we need. It's pretty simple. The brackish water we use that for the salt electrolysis. That is where we're going to want to use the hydro plants instead, because we will actually want hot instances of higher quality salt, and we'll just have to appropriately sort it all out and organize it. Because for the salt reactors that we're going to be building, which will be our main source of power, how the molten salt basically works is you get more salt, like, because this is something that never happens. You get more molten salt the higher quality of salt you use. So we're actually going to kind of care about that. We kind of care about the quality of salt. It's so weird how a saying from hundreds of years ago still exists to make sure someone's soul doesn't escape their body. Is that why people say bless you? That's so weird. Okay. Okay. We'll use these uncommon ones. Yep. Cock. Penis. So salt electrolysis. Right, this has like fucking multiple outputs and several inputs. Right. We can always stick in a bunch of modules and stuff in here, of which we will want to do that. Wow, that consumes a lot more brackish water than I thought it would. Wow. Wow. Interesting. I could just do a little bit of this. That'll double my output. Of course, the problem is that I'm using shitty fucking chemical plants. And chemical plants fucking suck. But the problem is if I want to use better fucking plants, that means I would have to use a pressure dome and put them in outside a fucking pressure dome, and I don't want to do that. I want to have some stuff be outside the pressure dome. Because I think it'll look better that way. Makes it more interesting, I feel. Okay, so we're a little under. We're under by about 15. That's not the end of the world. Okay, so we don't want these to be handled with stack inserters. We want various types of inserters, actually. This is I want a balancer. That's not gonna work. Don't think we need combinators for this. Yeah, there's tropical fish down here. See? With the little guy. It's just a little guy. That's pretty neat. Yeah, well, you're pretty neat. Dab, got her. Owned. In the marketplace of ideas. Puta. Or something, I don't know. Shut up. Yay, thanks. Oh my god, he complimented me? Oh my god. Oh my, that's so fetch. Oh my god, girl. Okay, molten salt. So this shit, how it basically works, is it depends on the quality. So we'll want one like this. We'll want one like this. We want one like this. And we will want one like this. 6.25. This produces about 8 salt per second. Okay. All these consume about that much salt per sec. I think this is fine. This should be okay. Now, if I were to do this... liquid doesn't have quality, so we don't have to do anything in terms of the liquid quality, which makes the life a little easier here. Let me see. That's not gonna work. I'm still sore from working out about 48 hours ago. Hate the fact that I have to keep moving to ironically make the soreness go away. Just don't be sore, Smile. Just, like, don't, forehead. Just don't, gosh. Oh my god. Quality normal. Let me grab the long-handed inserters now. Use those for the other qualities then. Greater than normal. Whereas we're eventually going to need the production of more regular salt. What we're going to be doing for that specifically then, we're just going to use just the regular old cheddars for that. Hydrolux rocket fuel. Probably don't want to use that thing for this. We can always use these to avoid extra liquids if need be. And we'll need to make these things. Just move, Smile. Is this what the... I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out, what do fucking coral reefs look like on Maraxsis? Because I still have no idea. Sand tile 1. It's supposed to be this guffin? Let me see. That's what I would think as well, but like, if it just looking like a bunch of plants, let me see. I do have a way to test, because you're supposed to be also able to mine coral reef. But yeah, that's what I would think as well, that it would look somewhat colorful. But we need coral, because we need it because if I just put the mine down, it'll tell me, oh, this is what it can mine. What's this? No. There's just random fucking grass. Okay. I've been debated. Okay, I'm looking at you again. Automated fishery requires blank, so that's the fish food and some other shit. And it's a type of tile. What the fuck? No, it wasn't this shit. That's not the tile I'm looking for. Normally, whenever you go to a planet, if there's a resource on the planet, it will be highlighted in a specific color. So, like, for example, those things are mollusk husks. These things are sandstone. The little blue dots, those are going to be fish. These things are polyplasts. So still not what we're looking for. Did this place just spawn with no coral for some reason? If it didn't, then that's a problem. Because if I don't have coral, I'm basically fucked. No, it's not the tiny green spots, they're these things. Another thing we also need to find is something known as the trench. And we'll know the trench when we see the trench. Should be fairly obvious what is meant by trench. What? Finally, some coral. We found some. Wow. Why the fuck is it all the way over here? Wow, that is really far from the base. Here we go. Finally, we found some. Damn, I didn't think it would be this far from the base. Oh, that's not that far, actually. Oh, that's not that bad. That's actually fine for us, because for the most part, we want the coral to spoil anyways, so... okay, cool. We found coral. Lovely. There's one more thing that we need to find, that's the trench. Huh? And speak of the trench... it has been found. Lovely. We found both of the things we were looking for. Coral and the trench. Fantastic. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Very good, very good, very good. That is a trench. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Trench. It looks like a vaguba. You can fill in the blanks with that, what that means, okay? Don't worry about it. Shut up. Vaguber. Indeed it does. Okay, well. It's snaking around a little bit. Is this supposed to be a sign? Enter in the ironic misogyny. It's because women are snakes. Get it? Haha. I am now an incel. Very funny. This is a long trench. A long one. Doesn't matter. We found the trench. Okay, so we got the trench. Alright, my cock is not that big or long. Okay, you can relax. Jesus Christ. Nor would I ever want it to ever be that big or long. That just seems like a lot of work. Also, like, we're talking about, like, a hole inside of a planet. Do you know what's probably down inside of a hole of a planet? Probably lava and shit. I don't want to fucking... Nah. That just sounds like a lot more trouble than it's worth. Absolutely not. Okay, so we found the trench and we found a source of coral. Fantastic. Good for us. So some of this coral we will have to use in order to catch fish. And some of this coral we will have to use in order to, well, mine it. This patch we can mine, and then the other ones we can use to catch fish with. Of course, we have to transport fish food, but we'll make fish food eventually. We're just not making fish food now. Right, so water. $300 times water, hydrogen and oxygen. This should make me about... Perfect. So we can have a pretty nice, simple little ratio of what we need and water. These take chemical plants. So we'll just use the regular old chemical plants for these things. It's fine. So that'll give us water. These consume that much. We can put productivity modules in there. So how about, what if we do a little this? 2400, 1200. Okay. Sure. $48.24. That's not exactly perfect, but it'll do. Okay, lovely. Now to pipe it all up. Whoops. opposite better, actually. Okay, so we're only doing this specifically so we can make differing kinds of salt. I don't care about anything else. Let me get the splitters. We need splitters. I need these. Okay. These need to filter based off of the different qualities. You're rare. You're epic. That's a little annoying. It's not the end of the world, actually. It's fine. Okay. That'll get us water and a couple of other things. Cool. Water. The only other reason why I think I would want to put these in a pressure dome, because now I'm thinking on, do I want to put these in a pressure dome? The only reason why I would want to do that is just so I can have beacons, and that's really about it. Then I'd need another one of these fuckers. Just like not that big of a deal, but it'd be kind of annoying. I mean, this is fine as is. I'm probably going to make another one of these just so I can make just... Because eventually we will just need normal salt. This is just for the express purpose of making molten salt. Then dealing with the associated waste products. Hydrolox. Those are only made in hydro plants, which is annoying. Which means we'll have to deal with quality fucking rocket fuel. That's annoying. Figure that out when we get there. Okay. Just want to get this thing operational. And just like that, we have now made water and salt. All we need to do now is to just get rid of the unsaturated filters. We use this recipe. Perfect. So, enable, disable, salt filter. Rather, I should say greater than or equals to 1K. Perfect. So then, to make sure that the ones that come out of the other thing are the ones that are primarily used, we're going to use this, as well as these. Because I essentially want this to be in a loop that's self-sustaining. So we're going to use the regular ones because we don't want to deal with all the quality because that's going to be a pain in the ass. Alright, this makes brackish water. Okay, so then if that does make brackish water, pump this brackish water. Make it such that it only operates when it is less than, let's go with 95,000. So you're fully operational. Great, fantastic for me. Then we attach it like so. How much do these produce? 6.4 per second? Okay, that's not too much. What we want these things to do. It also returns carbon fiber sometimes. Okay, so that's 0.8. It's a 1-to-1? Okay. How about we make it a 2-to-1 instead? Lovely. Make these a 2-to-1 ratio. It's not really gonna work. Just put them like right around here then. Sure. The brackish water, the salt filter itself. Okay. Do these. That'll take care of the salt filters and the carbon, and then we use filtered splitters for the rest. We do a little this. And boom, boom. Okay, so that'll take care of the, if anything, quote unquote, breaks, that this whole sort of setup here will take care of that. No problem. Cool. And just like that, we now have salt, we have water, and a system that essentially will sustain and do its own thing, like so. Fantastic. And all of that was to make molten salt. Lovely. This should be able to pretty much self-sustain itself. The only problem is that we are just making a lot of oxygen and hydrogen. That's it. Or rather, we're just not consuming the water fast enough in order to be able to make more salt more quickly. That's about it. Which we can easily take care of with the hydro plant just avoiding the liquids. Easy. Otherwise, that's water, that's salt, that's filters, and a few other things. When these things need to make more filters, they will, on a priority basis, use the carbon fiber that is in here, making it such that these will never back up. Theoretically speaking, of course. It shouldn't back up ever, but... theoretically speaking, this system should be sound. It's just a little slow in the production of the molten salt because of, again, all of this excess water we have, which we can take care of right now. Another thing that hydro plants are good at is avoiding liquids. We can tell you to avoid the excess water. I just need water. $320 per second. That produces a lot more than $320 per second. So only enable if the water in here is greater than, let's say, 45,000. Just like that, you are now ready to start voiding water. This is way faster than any of the flare stacks. And just like that, we are now producing a bunch of salt. Fantastic. The next step is going to be, because again, since this is a new planet, whilst playing on Factorios, we almost must secure our power sources first. Always, always, always. It's always step one. Next thing we need to now do is to make all this stuff for the molten salt reactor. Which means we need reinforced glass, which is why I was trying to find coral. We need coral in order to be able to make limestone. Sand is easy. All you have to do is you stick a drill somewhere, and there you go, you got sand. Sand is free. Same with saline water. How much do these produce? About 120 per second? Assuming consistent production, which it won't be because of the quality bonuses inherently with this. But the quality is made up for the fact that it gives, well... But yeah, we want the quality bonuses for this because... So generates more molten salt based on the quality of the salt. Uncommon doubles the amount that gets generated. Rare is 5 times as much, whereas epic is 10 times as much, and legendary is 26 times as much. Obviously, legendary is quite rare. Even epic is going to be quite rare, but not so much with rare. And with all the productivity bonuses and everything that we do have, it's going to kick that up by a notch, which is just good for us. So here's what we need. We need the advanced turbines. Turbine. Where the fuck do I make these things? Do I need the fucking hydro plant for this stuff? Yes. Oversized steam turbines. So we need these. We also need these. Okay, we obviously don't need that much, but whatever. You fucking... Oh, you're fucking right. Okay. If you ever needed the reassurance to not have kids, just don't. I think my biggest problem with children is the fact that they are expensive. They unfortunately cost a lot of money. Money which people do not have. Money which I sure shit don't have. Very much so. Yeah. And everything is stopped now because we do not have, as expected, we're not using enough salt, which is fine. This is about expected. So everything is actually working according to plan. Lovely. Backed up on salt, which is a good problem to have. Fantastic. Alright, and all we gotta do is make the molten salt reactor and stuff, and then we're going to stick it in its own separate dome, and that will be a lot of power. But the next step we need is to make glass. Reinforced glass. Which means I want to find... It seems like I probably should have put all of this shit on this side instead, so then I can bring the coral easily here. But unfortunately I did not do that, because I didn't think ahead. Well, 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 if it isn't Balix Broivos. But that's fine, I can basically... Since I know what to do now, I can basically just reload from here and just do it again. Because I kind of want to do it again. Because I made this without knowing where exactly the coral reefs were. But now I know where the coral reefs are. And so I want to make the salt processor on the other side instead. Brocialism. When you're a fucking Bernie bro or something? That's cringe. Everyone hates those guys. We hate those guys. Bastards. Alright. I'm going to go ahead. Man, if I do somehow ratio this fucking dipshit, that'd be very funny, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I will be going to the bathroom, going to grab water, all of that good shit, and then I will be yapping about the stuff in the title. BRB. Well, you know what? Maybe I will mute my mic. Well, you know what, Sacrificial Melf? You're cringe, and you're a poopy butthead. How about them apples? You're a poopy butthead McStinky face. And I hate you. Smile. Oof. Well, you know what? Never fixes... Shut the fuck up, Trump. It's a moment in history, folks. We're in a moment. Dude, why the fuck is, Dude, fucking some other dumbass little dipshit YouTube channel fucking doing self-promo. Oh, wow. A complete anti-woke fucking loser. Jesus Christ, bro. Oh, man. That's funny as fuck, bro. Holy shit. That's fucking hilarious. I don't know how many times this has to be said, but conservatives don't understand that Master Chief is not fighting illegal aliens. The Covenant are not fucking migrants. They are a theocratic genocidal cult. Also, it's more than just 3 games he's fighting the Covenant. He's fighting the Covenant for, like, the entirety of the fucking main series fucking Halo games. Morons. Some low IQ content creator. And is black. My critical racism theory is coming out. Critical racist theory time, you say? And this guy fucking horny posts. Jesus Christ. Pathetic. As expected from dumb fucking conservatives. Not that. Because I know the recent sort of progressive darling. His name is something Oliver. Because we're going to be talking about Cat Abugazaleh. Apparently not wanting to be like, hey, personally, I don't think we should give in to Han Chinese ethno-nationalism. And personally, I kind of agree with that sort of sentiment. Unfortunately, we're dealing with Marxist-Leninists, Western Marxist-Leninists online, and these guys are like maximalist fucking freaks and weirdos, and I hate them. Alright, time to fucking lay the smackdown on a fucking retard. Also, I'm not a fucking goddamn Hassan fan. Jesus Christ. Tecton commits to being a grifter. Thank you, Shamu. Easy peasy. Okay, Nuxtaku. Did you actually watch the Nicandros expose? Expose? Clearly you did not. Clearly you did not. Sean Tectone, clearly you did not. Nicandros never accused Nux of being a pedo. Pedo at any point in time. That is just what all the orbiters are saying to deflect from the points that Nicandros rose. So, might want to try again. And deflect from the points that Nicandros had, so that none of you dipshits would watch the video. Shits would watch the video. To keep you in that bubble. Asmongold flip-flops on his positions and then repeats an X-post signal boosted by Hassan Piker. Due to his position was lack of nuance or partisan. than he and his audience do. Wait. Saying Asmongold flip-flops on his positions. Okay, and then repeats a Twitter post signal boosted by Hassan Piker. No, that was one of his orbiters, but whatever. Which Asmongold himself addressed as to why his position was consistent displays either. Okay, your Asmongold point is just fucking retarded. Is just fucking retarded. Is just fucking retarded. Just fucking retarded. And you have no rebuttal. Because you are in an information silo. Information silo. Made by all these grifters. Okay. Cool. Let's see. Because yes, Asmongold has flip-flopped on his position in terms of being non-interventionist versus being pro-interventionist, of course, because again, he's just happy that Trump is doing the intervention in Iran in comparison to that of a Democrat. So that's why it's inconsistency. But whatever. Are you seriously believing that Vice article? I never fucking said anything about the fucking Vice article. There's no way you're genuinely taking the hit piece by Anna Valens of all people at face value. I never repeated anything about the fucking goddamn, like, Vice article. I never said anything about believing the Vice article, because I've never read the Vice article made by Anna Valens, because that shit's now been fucking yeeted. Now, could I find it? Probably on an archive link, or a Wayback Machine, and then take a look at it myself. See if what Anna Valens is saying about Kershaw is correct or not. But I never talked about the merit of the fucking Vice article. So you're fighting a fucking... So that dude's just fighting a fucking ghost. Very good. They literally had to retract that article. No, you retard. They retracted the article because Kershaw was threatening to sue and Vice didn't want to fucking deal with it. Idiot. The Vice article was retracted because Vice lawsuit that Kershaw was threatening Vice with. The only reason why she might have done that is either because... Actually, no. I'm not even gonna fucking play into that. But yeah, if you want to know who actual grifters are, people like Candace Owens, Andrew Tate. Okay, Candace Owens is a dumbass, but I don't think she's a grifter. I think Candace Owens genuinely believes in her fucking schizophrenic conspiratorial nonsense. It's wrong because it's nonsense based off of nothing and it's completely and utterly conspiratorial, but I think she genuinely believes it. Hassan Piker is a grifter? In what fucking way? You're just retarded. You're just saying that because, again, you're just fucking mad that he gets paid for espousing left-leaning positions. But Hassan has been quite consistent on the things that he fucking believes in. Andrew Tate is a grifter. Also, Dean Withers is a grifter? In what way is Dean Withers a grift? I didn't know that Dean Withers gets paid by Chorus. Like, does this dumbass think that... you say random fucking bullshit and you get paid for it on the internet for having a big audience, therefore you're a grifter? That's not how that works, dumbass. Jesus Christ. Jesus, wow. Stupid. Very low IQ. Dean isn't a grifter, he's just cheesy with how he clickbaits, that's all. That's fair! Welcome to the social media environment that these dumbasses have basically fucking built, where you have to be cheesy with how you fucking have to clickbait. Oh, like me. Same critique I have of Parker Get a Job. Yeah, they're going to fucking... Same thing that I would also say about David Pakman. David Pakman does the exact same shit. Like, David Pakman does lib slop. Like, this dude is trying to say, okay, like, unironically, in the recent video about these sweepers for Nux Taku and Leaflet are all so weird. Bro is just like, I need a citation to Tectone. It's in the fucking court transcripts. I even say that in the video. Do you not listen? That's a rhetorical question. No, you do not. Nux Taku does Conservaslop content because he's a conservatard, not because he's a grifter. Also, what's with this cope that he enabled grooming by having a Discord that wasn't properly moderated? Guess the PDF file accusations didn't stick. Did he watch the Nicandros expose? Nicandros never accuses Nux Taku of being a pedophile. Nor have I, at any point in time, ever accused Nux Taku of being a fucking pedophile. You could say he's a lolicon. That's more fair. Absolutely. But pedophile? No. Never fucking accused him of that. Saying Asmongold flip-flops on his positions and then repeats a Twitter post signal boosted by Hassan Piker. First off, that was done by a Hassan Orbiter. And it's supposed to show a direct fucking contradiction. Like, what evidence do you have this? Like, it's stupid. Which Asmongold himself addressed as to why his position was consistent displays either a total lack of nuance or partisan blindness. Consistent in what way? What, just because he says, like, I think it's good to go after terrorists now? Like, if he was being consistent in his position, he would have been also okay with the Democrats also going after the Iranians. But I guarantee you, if Kamala Harris was the one who went after the fucking Iranians, if she was in office, and Asmongold was talking about that, I can guarantee you 95% with certainty that he would say, why are we in Iran? Why are we doing this fucking intervention? This doesn't make any fucking sense. That's the fucking problem. Because again, Asmongold just goes with the vibes. He doesn't give a fuck about literally anything else. He just goes with vibes. Period. End of story. Let's see. You have no idea what a grifter is. Grifter is because you are in a cult and stuck in a bubble. In a bubble. Learn how to engage honestly with the arguments made before you say some stupid fuck shit in people's comment section. Comment section, you dunce cap. Posts anyways. I don't give a shit that I'm... And, like, literally, there's, like, some jabroni in there. Some, like, I don't know, like, 3 IQ fucking VTuber who's just like, how about instead of arguing with this guy, want to come support me instead? I'm more in line with the values of the people he's attacking, if that's a selling point for you. Just directly just being like, yeah, I'm a grifter, and I don't really give a shit. I don't believe in much of anything. I have all of the, quote-unquote, beliefs of the people that, whatever the fuck. Very stupid. No, there's plenty of good VTubers out there that are very good people. It's just that there's a very loud, annoying, very stupid minority of them. Listen, Boy Meets Mini. There was a VTuber who unironically said, fuck, how the fuck did Thomas Matthew Crooks manage to miss the fucking shot? He had only one job, and that was to hit the shot, okay? And she is one of the bigger independent fucking VTubers. Said, like, how the fuck did you miss that shot? What the fuck is wrong with you? And all I have to say is, like, Ayo based. Hey, yo. Okay, I'll count that one. Otherwise, VTubers suck. Sneeko says Asmongold's worldview is based off video games. Sneeko is not entirely wrong there, but he's not really correct either. I don't think he's able to conceptualize human life. He sees war as having a leaderboard where you have to collect points and complete objectives. I mean, you know, I think he just hates brown people. I like, honestly, I think Occam's razor. So, it's a yes and a no. Okay, the G7, strategic, oil reserves, aka the G7 is bailing out. The United States, which is not going to last very, very long. Oh, Canada has the third most oil on the planet? I didn't know that. Good for us. Yeah, I do know that the oil prices, I believe, crashed as a byproduct of the G7 countries saying, yeah, we need to open up the fucking strategic reserves. But then from what I understand, they basically immediately crashed back down. WTI crude. Like, it crashed? And then I think it still went back up. Like, not much really changed. Yeah, it crashed by like 32%, and then it went back up. It's not 120 per barrel, but it still is now around 90. Overall, crude oil prices are still up about fucking 50%. So it went down from the 120 it was about to go up to. But here's the thing. The war is probably going to continue, which means that shit's not going to last for forever, because the G7 opening up the strategic oil reserves, the global strategic oil reserves, that's a temporary fix. One of the first things I see, we don't hate the US enough. That's true. We really do not hate the United States enough. It's actually the most real thing on the planet, dude. Also, my head's hurting a little bit. Right, we need to find the cat Abugazaleh. Taiwan. Caught Abugazaleh firmly an interventionist. Based off of, I think basically like one dude said, oh yeah, we're gonna get to the fucking whole hypocrisy about all this, because all the fucking tankies are mad about her take about this. About Taiwan specifically. Because she's like, the tankies are just mad that she's not a tanky. Like, that's it. Says the U.S. should codify providing aid to Taiwan in the case of an invasion. And this is on breaking points. I don't want to go through the entirety of the breaking points thing. That's fine. I'm totally okay with the United States sending weapons to the Taiwanese if the Chinese invade. Absolutely. Just like how I would be okay with the Chinese sending weapons to the Iranians if the US were to invade as well. I would have no problem with that whatsoever. Same with the Russians. I would have no problems with that whatsoever, because we're consistent here. I mean, no, it's one of those things where it's just like the left is just being really fucking stupid on all of this for like literally no reason. It's like it's dumb, it's stupid, it's whatever. What I'm looking for specifically is that Yeah, U.S. oil prices surged nearly plus 10% in 2 hours and rise back above $91 a barrel. So we're pretty much back to right where we were in the beginning. So, that's cool. So what I'm specifically looking for is, I believe, the actual take from the advisor in terms of the point on Taiwan that Kat Abugazaleh had. Or the advisor that Kat Abugazaleh had. Because it was apparently... It was a advisor that she had... based off of another testimony from someone else who had some relations with that Kat Abugazaleh foreign policy advisor. So it's like 3 fucking steps removed. It's very, very fucking silly. Where we got the take from Kat. So if we can find that, I would really enjoy having that information specifically. Because all these, like, 3 IQ fucking dipshits are just like, we're going to give her a bunch of... by the way, Alex, when is that primary starting for Kat? Do you know exactly? Where I stand, self-determination and democracy.
Today, reporting revealed an email sent by someone on my staff.
Perfection, that's what I wanted. Because I'm gonna say that Hassan was actually kind of fucking racist in terms of this analysis. And I sent you the fucking clip, Boy Meets Minnie. I think Hassan's actually being kind of racist. Saying that a Palestinian is going to inherently be better at foreign policy just because they're fucking Palestinian, I think is kind of... that's essentialist. That can definitely be fucking racist. That's bad. I would like to know where the email is. I just want to know what the email is. I know that Vosh found the email. Also, I mean, Dylan Burns says this, and I can't really disagree with what he's saying. Still can't believe Hassan said Kat Abugazaleh should have known better than to support Taiwan because she is Palestinian. Retarded, obviously, but whatever. AIPAC is currently rushing money against her campaign, and this is your contribution. Taiwan breaks his brain just like Ukraine did. I can't disagree with what Dylan is saying there. He's correct. And I also agree with what Dylan is saying, is that it is unironically, I think, like the dumbest fucking reason why lefties are having a split with Kat for literally no reason, when she is clearly the better candidate and is polling at fucking second. When the one of them is just like a complete AIPAC stooge. And the other guy is trying to distance himself from AIPAC, but still supports the actions that Israel is taking. So it's just like, what are we doing here, guys? All just because Kat Abugazaleh said that we should basically maintain the alliance that Taiwan has. Sorry, I'm not very interested in giving into Han ethno-nationalist fucking framing, okay? From all these, like, wannabe LARPy nationalists, like Mike from PA, who's a Chinese nationalist, is also a Han ethno-nationalist himself, from people like Max Blumenthal and Code Pink, Medea Benjamin, who are also Russian nationalists in of themselves, and pro-Syrian. Well, not Medea Benjamin, but Max Blumenthal's pro-Syrian, or was pro-Assad, rather. And I'm not really willing to give into the framing of, like, all these, like, dipshits. Because here's the thing. I think the take should basically be like this. And Graham Plattner, I think, has the best take on all of this. It's just like, we should just not have as hostile a relationship with China. The only reason why we have a hostile relationship with China is purely just because of military and industrial complex interests, and it is within the interests of the United States to have a big boogeyman. China is the current big boogeyman. Duh. You can still maintain relationships with Taiwan and still cooperate with the Chinese. You can do that. The current policy of strategic ambiguity is most effective. And guess what? What do the Taiwanese people want? The current status quo. They are fine with it. They have made it very clear that they do not want to become one with China. They are effectively a country in their own right. The history of the Kuomintang is pretty much gone. And it is effectively a, like, liberal fucking democracy, and has been ever since the military dictatorship was evicted in about the 70s. With the Kuomintang basically relenting and saying, like, we can't maintain power anymore, we're going to run elections. And they got BTFO'd in the elections. But for whatever reason, these schizophrenics want to just basically be like, the Kuomintang is obviously still in full control. The PRs, they still maintain the sort of legacy of the Kuomintang, of Chiang Kai-shek and everything. It's like, I'm pretty sure they're just doing that because they don't like the fact that China is being incredibly fucking hostile to them. Where is it? Graham Plattner, Taiwan. Because I thought... I think our position towards China should be one of cooperation instead of opposition, because that's what it is already. We just pretend that it isn't. I fully agree 1000% with what Graham is saying. I think we pretend that it's good for... I think we pretend that because it's good for the military-industrial complex. Yes. And guess what? He's not really saying anything about Taiwan. Which, I mean, we can argue is bad. But he's not taking the stance of, say, the dude in Florida's 23rd district, where he's flat out saying that, oh, one China policy, the Chinese should just basically take over Taiwan. Yeah. Which is a dog shit fucking position. And he did that with that Eric Hovagim guy, who is that American expat who now lives in fucking China and just spreads Chinese propaganda. Yeah, it was a astronomically bad fucking take. You can basically, again, you can cooperate with the Chinese and still maintain relationships with Taiwan. You can do that. That's not very difficult. It's pretty easy, actually. Because again, the only basis for as to why China wants to invade Taiwan so badly is because of Han ethno-nationalistic reasons. And all these, like, dumbass Western MLs who pretend to be so against any form of fucking imperialism, but it's only if it's Western imperialism. When in reality, Lenin was fucking consistent. You have to be against all forms of fucking imperialism. Period. End of story. There was nothing in any of his writings in State and Revolution that made it distinctions between Western and Eastern fucking imperialism. He talked about imperialism in general. But these people are not consistent with any of their beliefs because they don't actually care about their beliefs. But yes. Very, very, very bad takes. We love terrible takes, don't we? Let me see. Now, do I think that the dude should, in the 23rd District of Florida, who's trying to, I don't know, depose Jared Moskowitz, do I think he should lose because of his really bad Taiwan take? Probably not. Probably not. But it is an astronomically, like, really, really bad fucking take, dude. You're 100% on the fucking goddamn money, Boy Meets Minnie, but unfortunately, we're talking about people who are all wannabe Michael fucking Brooks. I don't remember exactly what Michael Brooks' take on Taiwan was, but it was probably just being fine with the maintenance of the current status quo and essentially having the United States back off of China in terms of rhetoric, which I agree with. Because we really do not have to give in to the delusions of Han ethno-nationalists. Which is what seemingly all these Marxist-Leninists want to do for some fucking goddamn reason. Is to give in into those delusions. It is in fact very easy to not do that. Very, very fucking easy. You know, Okay, here. I found it. Oliver Larkin. That's his fucking name.
Arm's length, militarily funded. The United States. Yes. Regularly, yes. Recognize Taiwan as a part of China.
Yeah, the question was recognized. Just here. We'll just take a quick fucking listen to this, because like this answer is dog shit. It's a terrible fucking answer here. This shit is so fucking ass.
As a part of China. Absolutely, yes. Recognize Taiwan as a part of China. I support that. Yeah, the United States. This kind of arm's length, militarily funding.
So again, real quick, Eric Hovagim is a pro-China propagandist. Period. End of story. He is okay with the Xi Jinping line of fucking thought, which is inherently fucking terrible. It should be criticized because it is inherently ethno-fucking nationalist. Period. End of story. And also in support of fucking imperialism.
Taiwan, this belligerent kind of antagonistic approach with one of our largest economic and trading partners, I think it's stupid. The United States cannot continue with this level of brinksmanship where we're constantly on the edge of war with so many people that are really, again, intertwined with our economy. So, no, it's not our business. We should not be propping up a proxy state for the United States too.
Now, I'm going to tell you right now, Oliver has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Taiwan is a proxy state of the United States? What are you talking about? No, it's a bunch of fucking expats who basically left after losing the Civil War with China, colonizing the island of fucking Taiwan. We'll get to that, Boy Meets Mini. Colonized the island of Taiwan, got rid of the fucking native populations, which is obviously bad. But after that, they've developed into their own sort of like liberal democracy and as a fucking country. On their fucking own. On their own terms. And it's incredibly ignorant of what the Taiwanese people would want. Yeah, because Mao, whatever.
Again, commit ourselves in a stupid and insane military conflict.
Stupid. But Graham Plattner's position is way better on this. But then again, Eric Hovagim, he's just like, he is just a fucking pro-China, like complete utter like China shill. Period. End of story. Just a Chinese propagandist. I'll say it, like, I don't really care. He's a propagandist. We are definitely going to exit because now I know where the things are for this stuff. So yes, we are going to quit. Oh, excuse me. Alright, let's get started with this shit. I wanted to cover this while playing Factorios, but I didn't, but whatever. So I came across this video right here from this Lord Frogmire individual, and I came across this in the timeline. If I could just basically summarize this guy in like the one word, it's, you know, maybe not one word, one sentence, shall we? Probably woke grifter gamer type, right? Like, I've seen the video catalog. The stink of the sort of strange anti-woke grifter is entirely there, right? This guy, I believe, has earned the ire of the broader sort of Pokemon community, of which I would like to say I am, at least in some part, a part of, right? I do like playing a lot of Pokemon. And here's the thing specifically with this fucking take, right? Pokemon has become corporate slop and you're the pig. A problem here. First off, that's like literally every sort of like very, very big AAA sort of game studio in a fucking nutshell. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Yeah, it's all fucking corporate slop. Like, no fucking shit. Hello? Welcome to the current iteration of late-stage capitalism that we find ourselves under. Thank you very much for, stating the extremely fucking obvious, Captain Obvious over here. Most of the problems that people have with Pokemon specifically is because of, first off, Nintendo constantly raising the price tags of all fucking video games. Yeah, they're a bastard company and they do bastard things, right? In the before times, it was EA who was doing this, and then it was Bethesda who was doing all this stuff. Now everyone's deciding to turn their ire onto, well, Pokemon and Nintendo in particular. Yeah, like you're saying, Alex, like, people are too absorbed by their hobbies to see the broader, bigger picture. If it wasn't Nintendo, it would have been someone else. It would have been fucking Microsoft, or it would have been Activision Blizzard who has done this shit, right? Again, who is the one who probably bought into and did the sort of general trend of loot boxes? Oh, that was fucking Blizzard that did that, okay? So if we want to talk about Pokemon being corporate slop, then you have to talk about every other fucking AAA company that has made every fucking game corporate fucking slop. Period. End of story. And the problem is it's with capitalism, with more and more funding and more and more money having to be funneled up to all these executive dipshits and fucking shareholders that don't have any say in any of the input of the creative decisions being made into a video game. That makes it such that they just want to pump out as many products that make as much money as fucking possible. The problem is with the current economic system. So stupid. I don't know. Like, I'm expecting like nothing but a bunch of like idiotic nonsense from this probable like anti-woke dipshit, from the sort of vibe that I've gotten from here. Why don't we take a look? Also, what's up, real Kathy Doyle? Yes, I am currently live.
I'm truly baffled with how low the bar is for Pokemon. Despite this latest direct being nothing but a series of advertisements for things we already knew to exist, concluding with a small teaser for Gen 10 where the only thing we learn is the starters, I still can't say I'm disappointed.
Okay. Yes, he does sound very soy. I've watched like the first 10 seconds of this video. Okay, first off, welcome to Pokemon Directs. That's been every fucking Pokemon Direct. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, doi? Thank you for pointing out the obvious again, Captain fucking goddamn obvious. I will admit, yeah, sure, like, I was not particularly happy with the Pokemon Direct for the 30-year anniversary. But then again, that's because I have particular expectations for what I want to see in the Direct. Most of the products that are being advertised within the Direct don't really appeal to me all that much, right? Like, they had stuff for the Pokemon Cafe gacha game, for the gacha game itself, for the, and this is like consistent with every fucking Pokemon Direct, they have stuff in terms of the TCG, they have stuff in terms of the games. Obviously, there wasn't really much that they wanted to go into. They just displayed the fucking starters. Okay, cool, whatever. Like, I don't really give much of a shit at all in terms of a lot of these sort of other products that they're generally speaking sort of talking about. I care more about Champions, which is what I was mostly looking for in terms of information there, and also about Gen 10 specifically, which I can say, there wasn't really much there. That's kind of shitty, kind of annoying. Whatever, it's about what I expected, because I suppose, general sort of quality of the, maybe not like the general sort of quality for all of these like trailers has been going down. I don't think I would necessarily agree with that 100%, but Pokemon is more than likely very, very wary of all, like, because they know of the fucking Terra leak, which is what this guy is probably fucking referring to. More than likely aware of the fucking Terra leak in particular, and it's, well, they are not wanting to show as much fucking information. Which, I mean, it's supposed to be the 30th anniversary. They probably should show more stuff. But this is, like, again, pretty fucking in line with most Pokemon trailers. Because, again, what they're probably more focused on right now is Pokemon Champions. Pokemon Champions is slated to release within April, which is the more important information that I wanted to know from that trailer, or from that particular direct. And it's essentially being used as a transitionary step because they want people to participate with Pokemon Champions, because the current life cycle of the current generation game is going on its 4th year, which is not unheard of, but it is very, very uncommon. Most Pokemon games, generations, last only about 3 years at a time. 4 years, like Scarlet and Violet has been lasted, for how long Scarlet and Violet has generally been in the main Pokemon generation 4, is abnormal. It's not going to be typically that long. But it's mostly because the reasoning for that is because of the 30-year anniversary and yada, yada, yada. The timing just kind of worked out in that sort of way. It is what it is. Also, the release of the new Switch is also a factor that played into this as well. So, a bunch of things coalesced into, well, the Gen 9 lasting way longer than it normally would. Everyone knew that Gen 10 was going to be talked about at the Pokemon Direct. Everybody fucking knew that, okay? That was going to happen. The question is what were they willing to talk about? And they just basically only had the starters and a look at the region and, like, little Easter eggs that you can pick out and sort of talk about and cause people to sort of, like, talk and speculate and stuff and generate hype. That's kind of the point of a trailer, Frogmire. That's what it's supposed to do. And, yeah, was there not that much information in a lot of these trailers in this, like, overall direct? Yeah, sure, but here's the thing. This is just Pokemon Directs in a nutshell. They're going to talk about, like a ton of different fucking products for differing games that they advertise, because Pokemon has a ton of different games, and it's going to, well, you know, they're going to talk about all of those, like, different products. That's how it fucking works. Yes, I am reading chat, Kathy. It's just that I was in the middle of a point. I was in the middle of a ramble. I was doing my ramble. That's why I wasn't reading chat. I'm probably going to... Yes, I am currently in segment mode. I mean, if you... if I knew earlier that... if I knew earlier that you wanted to talk about this or something, then we could have arranged something. But I had to, like, okay, I did not know. I listen, when it comes to shit like this, unless it's, like, pre-prepared, then I'm mostly just going solo mode. No problem, boss. No, if you want to talk about this when I'm, like, after I'm done with this segment, then I have no problem with that, Kathy. That's not an issue whatsoever.
Be disappointed, you have to have expectations. And at this point, it's a fool's errand to have any expectations for Pokemon. Any at all. To be honest, I was hoping for something worse. Something extreme, a true slap in the face. But in order to present something bad, you would have to present something at all. Despite this being a Pokemon Presents, we're presented with nothing. Just updates for phone games that always get updated, so it's not news. I'm not sure if people forgot, or maybe they're just too young, but there was a time where you could get excited for things. Where game companies would save all of their biggest announcements for one point, so that they could have a truly incredible showcase. There used to be E3.
Wait, so is the argument then that a new generation is not the biggest fucking announcement? Like, okay, like, brother, is it the Pokemon Company's fault in particular, or Game Freak's fault in particular, that there was a gigantic fucking leak of their servers? Like, not necessarily. Like, what the fuck do you mean? I don't really understand what we're complaining about here exactly. Like, yeah, the Terra leak happened, and then all this info came out. It used to be way harder to get fucking leaks like that because not everything was as online as it was, like, 20 years ago. Like, that's just how it is. Like, I don't really see what the problem here is. Like, here's the thing. I looked at all the leaks mostly because I want to know... I want to know the stuff that's coming because I care about competitive. That's what I primarily care about the most, right? And we knew just really the only stuff in the Terra leak about Gen 10 is that it was going to be presented on Pokemon Day, and that's, like, obvious, honestly. Like, I don't think you would have needed the Terra leak in order to just come to that sort of conclusion by yourself because it's the 30-year anniversary? Like, duh? Okay. Huh? Also, this dude's like conflating a bunch of stuff from Nintendo and also Pokemon. Pokemon Directs are separate from Nintendo Directs. They do their own separate sort of thing. If there's a Nintendo Direct and there's Pokemon stuff that's going to be presented there, then there's going to be stuff that's presented in the Nintendo Direct based with like a little segment for fucking Pokemon. That's generally how it works. But the Pokemon Company works with Nintendo. Game Freak works with the Pokemon Company. That's generally speaking how it kind of works. So it's all, again, like their own sort of like thing. That's how it generally speaking works. It's a symbiotic relationship. But I guess Frogmire here doesn't really seem to understand that for some reason.
Where every game company announced all of their biggest games at the same time. But the marketing cycle has changed because the people who like that kind of stuff have souls, and the soul lists have taken over everything. Instead, it's about drip feeding you as little information as possible, as long as possible. And people eat this up. I don't know how. I don't know how anyone can get excited over nothing, but they can. Happens every day. I have to imagine it's because people don't actually care what they're buying. I mean, Pokemon Legends ZA, I'm sure, sold.
I mean, I don't understand. Like, different strokes for different folks. I mean, there was plenty of stuff in there. It just didn't appeal to you. Okay. Oh no. Like, I myself was not particularly, like, satisfied with the information that came out. I was just like, okay, I mean, it was pretty light. There wasn't much there. Because, I mean, I got, like, what I wanted out of the Champion stuff, and that was mostly just a release date. The bigger problem with Champions is that I think there's, like, a pretty good Pokemon MD video on this, talking about how it could potentially be pay to win, because here's the thing with a lot of this stuff. The directs are like a big overall like marketing push / like hype sort of trailer sort of thing. You typically have to go to the website itself in order to get more information. Now, does Frogmire know that you have to typically go to the Pokemon, website in order to be able to get more info talking about, Pokemon information? Based off of what he is saying here, I am likely to assume no, he did not do that specifically. Because there's a reason why the Poketubers, for example, your Shofus, your Pokemon MDs, even Blunder, for example, will although like Blunder doesn't really give much of a shit about that, but whatever, I digress. He's just one of the two Poketubers that I know of. There's a reason why they always go to the Pokemon Company's website in order to get additional information, because very often they will have sometimes some additional tidbits of information, additional sort of context clues based off of what they showed in a Pokemon Direct. Did Frogmire do that? So far, I'm leaning towards saying no.
Plenty well when the budget of the game was less than they spent on a Super Bowl commercial. If you really need an example of how corporate Pokemon has become, it's not that they spend more money on advertising than they do on the product. It's that they spend more money on one singular ad than they do on the product. Isn't that incredible? And it's the same people.
So this is the same thing that all these anti-woke dipshits, broadly speaking, complain about fucking constantly. Oh, look at how much is being spent on fucking marketing for a fucking product rather than developing the game. Dumbass. I know that you don't understand seemingly how the capitalism or the economy seemingly works, but in order for a game to sell, you need to advertise that game and market that game in order for the game to be able to sell well. That's how it works in the current capitalist paradigm that we find ourselves under. Doi obvious. I feel like we're going to have to be constantly explaining how the current economic system works to people like this over and over and over again if they want to get it through their thick skulls so they can understand, like, yeah, you have to spend money in order to advertise the game to people so then they go out and buy the game. That's how marketing works. Very cool, very good. That doesn't necessarily mean that the development is terrible because of all that money that's being spent on development, although this has been an issue in the past for Game Freak specifically, where they have a lot less money than they normally would in their budgets allocated to them by both Nintendo and the Pokemon Company, because they have basically no access to any of the merchandising sales, and guess what makes most of the money for Pokemon? Merchandising. That's what makes most of the money. The games, those are like tertiary. What they care more about is merchandising. And also TCG. Those also sell way more in comparison to the games. Why? Because, everyone wants to open up packs constantly in order to do their content creation videos and shit like that. It's a very, very common thing that happens. Very, very fucking often. And those are the cash cows, which means they're going to invest more money in the fucking cash cows, which make more money. Games and shows very often are vehicles to sell merchandising. That has pretty much been the case ever since, well, I was fucking born. Or honestly, ever since the advent of network fucking television.
Who complain about capitalism and we need to do communism.
Oh, hey.
Those guys are the ones who defend Pokemon. Pokemon recently announced they're re-releasing Fire.
Yeah, he just. Am I in his head? I'm in his head. 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 I'm in his head.
Red and Leaf Green. That Gen 1 cow still hasn't been milked to dry. And no, of course it's not part of the Nintendo Online free games. No, it's $20 a piece. $20 for a game that came out 20 years ago and you can play it for free on your phone at any time. People defend this price, of course. Why wouldn't they? The billion-dollar company needs more money.
First off, like, who the fuck is defending the price? Who defended the price of any of this stuff? I have no idea what the fuck this guy is talking about. Very often, dumbasses like this will just, like, attribute people defending certain things that people are not actually defending whatsoever. Like, who the fuck is defending the fact that the remake of the nostalgic cuckbait game of Fire Red and Leaf Green is fucking $20? Who did that? I would like to see some fucking examples, but knowing someone like this, he definitely is not going to provide any examples whatsoever. Like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't believe you.
Well, in case you don't understand why people have a problem with this, let me explain it for you. There's a term for a product that's useless but claims to solve a problem. It's called snake oil. I would say, give me $20 and I'll give you this mixture that if you drink, you'll...
Wait, is the argument that Fire Red and Leaf Green, it's snake oil? What? Okay, dude.
Lose weight, but in reality, it does nothing. It is just water from my sink. Even back in the day, when this was a real thing that happened, it was incredibly obvious that it was fake, and only the dumb would purchase such a product. Yet, snake oil salesman is still an insult. They're still known as bad people, and we still hate them. Even if we're not dumb enough to fall for it, it is seen as morally reprehensible to take advantage of the stupid. Spending $20 on a 20-year-old game with no changes, no improvements, that you could play for free in better quality with all the capabilities of modern emulation is really dumb. And people with better morals than me get fairly angry when you take advantage of people this dumb. Now, personally,
I don't understand what's the fucking argument here? Like, I'm so fucking confused. Like, I'm just, like, he's just rambling here about, like, I can't believe that people are so stupid to want to buy this product for being complete idiots and dunce caps. It's like, okay, man, like, people like Gen 1, and really the only reason why I think you can justify the purchase of Fire Red and Leaf Green is probably because of the birth... Okay, Pokemon nerd here, okay, would be, first off, yeah, like Boy Meets Minnie is saying here, nostalgia cuckoldry, right? The very fascistic tendency of nostalgia cuckoldry. But the only reason that I can potentially think of for a justification of this purchase is just for the fact that the Deoxys event, right? That's like the only thing I can think of. Being able to have access to the Deoxys event is probably the only reason why I would ever fucking purchase this. Otherwise, I don't really care, honestly. I still have my old cartridge of Fire Red as well. I could probably find it somewhere. I have a Game Boy as well. I could fucking play it at any point in time. It's not really much I can do because I've beaten the game, obviously. And, there's really not much I can do in the game. Like, I don't really care. If people want an opportunity to be able to get an official product of Fire Red and Leaf Green, that's up to them. And, the Soulless company is looking to monetize that nostalgia cuckoldry and that baiting? Like, I'm so fucking totally shocked. Who would have thought that the Soulless Corporation would fucking do that? Exactly. Whoa, shocker. Also, you have to, like, consider it this way. What do you think is the likelihood? Because, again, we are dealing with one of these, like, anti-woke fucking slop tubers over here. What do you think is the likelihood that even if they were to make any changes to Fire Red and Leaf Green, that he would get fucking pissed about it. I'm just saying. The problem is that you're just looking for something to be upset about. That's the argument here, right? You're not actually interested in providing any, like, principled fucking critique here about the problems of capitalism, with the problems of the games industry, with AAA game studios in general. You're just looking to have an axe to grind. That's literally it.
I don't care. I think if you're willing to buy it, you probably don't deserve the money in the first place. So that's why I didn't really make a video at the time. But I think the point is the Pokemon Company could diarrhea straight into the hands of the consumers, and they would lap it up and ask for more. So no wonder the presentation wasn't particularly exciting. Pokemon doesn't have to do anything exciting. Why put any more effort in than is necessary? It's just not that kind of company anymore, and it hasn't been for a very long time. I've gone off the rails long enough, though. It's time to talk about what's actually in the presentation. A presentation so unremarkable that it's remarkable. The presentation began with a Pokemon-themed music player. Music player might be a little bit generous here, though. It doesn't play any music. Doesn't even play just Pokemon music. It can only...
Is he just gonna complain about the fucking direct? Jesus, man. I mean, I knew that this video was probably gonna be, like, just the massive fucking slop, but... Ugh. I don't know, man. Different strokes for different fucking folks. Listen, if you want a fucking Game Boy Color-themed music player, I don't really give much of a shit at all. Like... People are going to make decisions that they want to make if they feel like making decisions with their money, and they want to buy a product. They can just buy a product. Who gives a shit? Whatever. The fact that the option is out there is I really don't have much of a problem with that. But then again, we are talking about an anti-woke like slop tuber, right? And these people seemingly hate, for whatever reason, people being able to make free expressions of will. That's really, really fucking about it. Like, it's stupid, it's dumb. And yeah, like, internet and Pokemon Home functionality for Fire Red and Leaf Green, that's a great point there, Alex. I should have fucking brought that up as well. Is also another reason why it's like, oh, okay, cool. We have extended sort of functionalities that are very, very nice to have for an old game like this to be brought into the modern sort of fucking network of Pokemon games, right? Like, $20, I mean, given the fact that the current standard of games that was set by Nintendo is currently like $80 USD, and most games, well, I'm Canadian, are now going to be about $95 to $100, is the bigger fucking problem. And I mean, if someone wants to pay $20 for the Fire Red and Leaf Green, then they can, and it'll have official home support. It's very easily integrated, because guess what? If you want to fucking bring anything from those emulated games, guess what? That's not fucking happening. Any of your Pokemon from there that you spent a long time, perhaps training, catching, breeding, or whatever, you're not bringing that shit over. That's not how that fucking works. As soon as you beat the game of an emulated game, you're done with it, and you probably start a new one, or you move on to the next game. Right? That's how it works. These have more staying power. You have integration with different internet and Pokemon Home functionalities, which did not exist before for a lot of these older games. That's another sort of aspect of value in particular.
Play specifically music from Red and Blue in the original Game Boy sound font, with 45 songs each on an individual cartridge. You cannot lie to me and pretend like anyone's going to use this. Oh, they're gonna buy it. We all know they're gonna buy it. I get it's like a gizmo, a gadget, a gag, a gift of some kind, but this is comically non-functional. What, you're gonna put in the one song?
People just like collecting things, man. People like to collect. The people have giant, like, memorabilia sort of chests and whatnot, and maybe like shrines or whatever. People like collecting things. It is what it is. Like, for example, like, I don't like secret layers from Magic the Gathering in particular. I've gotten a couple of secret layers, mostly the Warhammer stuff and a couple of other stuff that I was like interested in, because I was just like, I really like this particular secret layer. And some people are just whales who are collectors and just want to fucking collect a bunch of stuff. That's just kind of how it is. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Mini. Like, I, too, would also just want to, I don't know, scream at someone like this and just say, you're not any fun. Like, people want to have day fun, they can have day fun. You're just looking for... I think I'm going to be constantly repeating this point over and over and over again. You're just looking for an axe to grind.
you like, hold it up to your ear for 30 seconds, and then switch out another cartridge to do it again? You're gonna get, what, 5 minutes at most of entertainment out of this before you stick it in a corner never to look at it again? This is how we open the presentation. How you know it's gonna be good. How you know the future of Pokemon, the 30th anniversary, is gonna be huge. And as you know, you're always supposed to begin and end any presentation with your biggest and best news. And I think they chose correctly.
Wait, why? Why does that have to be the case? You don't know that, right? You have no fucking idea. Why do you always have to begin with, like, the biggest, best news possible? That doesn't necessarily have to be the case, right? Like, it just depends on the fucking format. It depends on the creative process that's put into creating a fucking presentation, right? Like, generally speaking, yeah, like, oh, yeah, it's best to get the attention of people than get through the fucking, well, slop and whatnot while the people have their attention and keep them in anticipation for the end bit. Yeah, sure. But that doesn't always necessarily have to be the case.
Because it's only downhill from here. Next is the announcement of the Pokemon competitive scene. Ooh, a game so bad they have to pay you to play it. And I don't mean regular competitive Pokemon. Singles is actually pretty fun, but doubles is miserable. You ever wonder why, despite being the official competitive format, supported with huge events and prizing, isn't in the video games? There are only a handful...
Who wants to make a... Well, okay, first off, this guy has no idea about any of the history of fucking Smogon. Competitive singles, existed for much, much longer in comparison to that of the official competitive format. I guess, okay, if we want to really, really, really go back, there was, technically speaking, official tournaments held all the way back in, was it like 2003? I forget the name of the Pokemon, I forget the name of the fucking tournament, but there was official tournaments back even all the way then, during Gen 3's era. And it too was also doubles. But the reason for that, specifically for why it's always been doubles and kept as doubles ever since, is because the first official tournaments were during Gen 3. What came out during Gen 3? Double battles. And they wanted to they were pushing to advertise for double battles really, really hard. There were 2 spin-off games, XD, Gale of Darkness, and Colosseum, broadly regarded as some of the best Pokemon games ever fucking created by Genius Sorority, and it is prominently fucking double battles. Period, end of story. It's all double battles. And those are regarded as the best games in the fucking series, or some of the best games. I think they're some of the best games in the fucking series, and they're spin-offs. Mostly because of a lot of complicated reasonings as to why I regard them as the best, and other people also regard them as the best, but I digress. And it's also from a console that was seen as a failure for Nintendo, especially within the West, that being the GameCube, right? And Gale of Darkness and, Gale of Darkness certainly withstood the test of time, even Colosseum to a certain extent. But that's why they made it such that doubles is now their official fucking format. Because of Gen 3 introducing it, and they wanted to really hardcore push for doubles, and then they decided to stick that with their original sort of format. Now they're never going to really do singles, except like give nods to mostly the Smogon crowd, because they know of the existence of fucking Smogon in the singles fucking crowd. They're aware. They are very, very aware. They'll give nods to them. Occasionally, right? Like, in terms of some of the balance changes that they make. They will. They care about that environment as well. But they basically have said, like, listen, we just want to focus on our own thing. We want to just do our doubles format, our official format that we have basically created for this in particular. And that's about it. Smogon will do its own Smogon thing, a community sort of oriented, competitive scene. There we go, that's the word I was looking for. Where they just do their own thing, and Pokemon just wants to do its own official format instead. And that's, like, totally fine, and they can exist symbiotically. Again, different strokes for different folks. Like, if they want to be able to have a doubles format, which, again, I don't know why this guy's shitting on doubles so much. There's a lot of interesting moves and interactions that you can do in doubles that you can't really do in singles, but I digress. I'm not really a big doubles player. I like singles more, right? When I like playing Smogon competitive, obviously, in comparison to that of the official format. But there's merits to also having the official format be in existence, right? And also like it being a sort of like valued sort of addition to the broader sort of general community. Because I mean, like, Pokemon is a giant game with trillions, if not quadrillions, of interactions, and people are just going to experiment and just do random fucking shit, and if they make an interesting moment out of it, then that is great. And I mean, that's been the sort of stated goal of the Pokemon Company, I think, ever since its advent. So, again, like, I don't know why he's complaining about doubles within Gen 9 when Gen 9 has probably been the most supportive competitive generation, like, ever, right? Power creep in terms of the quality of Pokemon that have been put out in this generation are on another fucking level. I can point to so many different Paldean Pokemon that have either been banned or B, are very, very good in the standard tier of play of OU within Smogon. You know, your Golden Goes, Iron Valiants, all the Paradoxes that have been banned, Palafin, which has been banned, Annihilate, which has been banned. I could keep going. There's so many good fucking Pokemon in this generation because they decided to go more in on the competitive side rather, and also supported it significantly and made it such that it's more accessible than ever for people to be able to participate in the competitive aspect, which Pokemon is now recognizing as that being probably the biggest draw possible into Pokemon now. Again, you know, people like Wolfie VGC, who is a huge content creator, has been like, I don't know, carrying like the official competitive like format of VGC on his fucking back, and he is very, very fucking popular.
Full of double battles in the entire Pokemon series, and it's because they suck. The only reason it's the competitive format to begin with is because it's faster. You can't hold a tournament where two stall teams can get to turn 176 and the tournament ends 5 weeks later. It's just not possible. And don't get me started on the Pokemon card game. I think
that's also not false.
Despite being the most popular card game on the planet, nobody knows how to play it because it's a bad game. Speaking of the card game, next they announced something for the Pokemon.
From what I understand, okay, the Pokemon card game, you'll have like a bench, you'll have 6 cards that are prize cards, and based on which like EX Pokemon you KO, you get a certain amount of prize cards. You collect all the prize cards of the opponent, you win, right? Or if you deck out. I don't know if decking out is a thing within the Pokemon TCG, but basically you send out a Pokemon and you keep mulliganing hands until you can send out a Pokemon, and then you can put Pokemon on your bench, which is your quote-unquote party, right? Like in the main series games, and you can put energy and on Pokemon in order to be able to give them that energy so they can start attacking or be switched out for a different Pokemon. And you can also evolve Pokemon as well. Like, that's really, really about it. If you use up your deck, you lose. Okay, so you can deck out. Thank you, Alex.
Pokemon card game. Yes, something. The bar is so low, people are excited for nothing. We don't even know what it is. They don't say what they're announcing. It has a worldwide release. Is that news? I don't think so.
Wait, isn't that like isn't this for the fucking mobile game?
We don't even know what it is. They don't say what they're announcing. It has a worldwide.
Okay, he's kind of lying here. He's actually kind of lying here. This is about the TCG card game, like the trading card game on phones, right? On mobile, right? That they put up. Yeah, they're probably announcing a new pack, and they're going to release a new pack in 2026. Like, that's like literally it. Okay, whatever.
Wide release? Is that news? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's always been worldwide. Is it just a new pack? If it is, why not just say that? Do you see what I'm saying now, where I want to be disappointed, but there's nothing to even be disappointed in? You announce something bad.
Well, okay, he's been saying this consistently, which is, again, very emblematic for the main problem with this fucking video, is you're looking for an axe to grind. Which, I mean, okay, you know what? We're going to take a quick look at the fucking catalog, because I'm having the feeling that this guy's whole sort of shtick is that he basically wants to have a fucking axe to grind. Like, that's literally about it. Why is he saying that Chinese game? Okay, China #1. Let me guess, it's because a bunch of big booby anime women or something. I'm just gonna fucking throw that out there, right? I'm guessing if I were to take a look at all of these fucking videos And so far, yes, my fucking assessment is definitely correct. This guy just puts out a bunch of anti-woke fucking slop, where basically he just has an axe to fucking grind. Like, that's literally it. He just wants to be, he's mad and just wants to be fucking mad, because he sees that as a, well, broader way to be able to cultivate a fucking audience, right? He's a dude who just wants to be mad and just wants to get a fucking audience. That's like literally about it.
You have to at least announce something. You can't just say something may be happening, maybe coming soon, 2026, TM, Mewtwo. I get I'm overreacting a little bit, but come on. Someone else has to realize how ridiculous this is. I don't even care about Pokemon cards. The weird thing is that they also don't care. After that, we get 6 mobile game announcements in a row. 6! Just updates to all of their existing mobile games. You know, I think someone made a video reviewing all the Pokemon mobile games. I wonder how bad they are. Pokemon XD is announced, coming to Nintendo Online. Impossible for Fire Red and Leaf Green, but at least we get XD, the superior game. Although, if you're gonna replay, I would suggest playing Pokemon XD DX, a ROM hack that adds a bunch of new Shadow Pokemon, new abilities, great time.
Okay, I don't really know, like, why the fuck are you, like, complaining about all this stuff? Like, I just don't understand. What's the point of fucking complaining like this? Yeah, XDDD, you know.
Though you have to emulate it for free. Oh no! How will you sleep at night? Next, we get reminded of the Fire Red Leaf Green, $20. This isn't an announcement, it's just an advertisement we're willingly watching because we're dumb. They make sure to remind you the big selling point, though, that your Pokemon can be transferred from Fire Red and Leaf Green into Pokemon Home.
Well, this is because this is the actual fucking value of bringing Fire Red and Leaf Green over to the main Switch platforms, is the fact that you can now connect it overall to Home. And also link it to Pokemon Champions if you want. Like, that's the actual value there, Frogmire. Like, do you not know about this? I feel like this guy has not really engaged all that much with a lot of fucking Pokemon media if he didn't fucking understand any of this. It's very stupid.
Premium subscription service that you would have to pay for Nintendo Online to use. Nintendo's premium subscription service. Also, you can get your guys into Pokemon Champions. I can't wait for it to be mandatory to make a competitive team to buy Fire Red Leaf Green, train them in that game, buy Pokemon Online, buy Nintendo Online, transfer them over, all just to bully small children in a baby game over the internet. We get a small trailer for Pokemon Champions.
Why the okay, hello? It's fucking Pokemon. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Yeah, you go online, you play competitive Pokemon. That's the point of Pokemon Champions. It's meant to be a platform that is similar to their version of Smoke. Yeah, it's kind of the point, dumbass. So then, what? Like, why are you complaining about it? I just don't understand. Why are you fucking complaining about it? Like, I don't get it. Yeah, this is going to appeal to more competitive fucking people. Also, like, by the way, there's a lot of really good fucking kids who play this fucking game, okay? Like, VGC in juniors is also a thing that also exists in the Pokemon World Championship, right? A lot of these fucking kids are very, very good at this game and put in a lot of time and effort to be able to get good at this game. It's a talent that you can hone and work on if you fucking put in the time and effort. That's how it works. Just because you're a fucking kid doesn't mean you don't have the ability to be able to express that fucking talent. But I don't know, like, are most kids just going to get completely dumpster fired on? Maybe. I have no fucking idea. Like, because it's a game that has a laddering system where you just go up against random fucking opponents. This is how it is. There's no, like, age brackets for any of this stuff unless they put in a juniors, a seniors, and a masters, I think, is the 3 official, like, brackets for the Pokemon World Championship. I don't 100% remember for certain, but I mean, unless they do that for some reason. But then you'd need age verification on a Pokemon game. That seems kind of weird as well, and you probably would have a problem with that as well. You see, you kind of see what I'm basically getting at here. This dude is just trying to basically come up with, like, literally any excuse possible just to be fucking mad. It's like, again, like, if you don't want to fucking engage, why be mad? Oh, because you need to make a fucking YouTube video about this. That's why.
Champions, except it's not really a trailer. It's more like an ad where it shows a bunch of actors pretending to be excited about something. The real information you actually learn outside
Welcome to
the
marketing
presentation in the supplementary material. And I'm sure everyone expects me to be all upset because their new mobile game, which is supposed to be the premier way to play Pokemon multiplayer from now on, is riddled with multiple currencies, battle passes, a premium subscription. Pokemon are incredibly difficult to obtain. In fact, they're obtained randomly. Yes, you spend your in-game currency on a random selection of Pokemon. In a competitive game, you cannot choose the Pokemon you use. That is, unless you use Pokemon Home and just use your own Pokemon. Hence why I'm not upset. Of course, they were going to make you use Pokemon Home. Of course, the game was never going to be free to play. You should have known this. Everyone should have known this. Honestly, you should be happy you have.
Hey, dumbass. Welcome to AAA fucking game studios. Of course it was never going to be fucking free. Like, duh. Everything is for fucking profit. Welcome to the hyper commodified system that we currently find ourselves on. I don't know, dude. Welcome to hyper commodification under capitalism, my man. This is what it fucking looks like. Everything is monetized to shit. Guess who basically created the fucking or allowed for the advent of battle passes to be made? Oh, those fucking gacha games that you probably simp for on your fucking channel where you say that they're based. They opened up the avenue for fucking battle passes. So why are you so upset about fucking Pokemon having the same thing? Yeah, I hate battle passes and shit like that. But I'm going to be looking at the bigger picture when it comes to a lot of issues that I'm going to be expressing, because there are bigger issues to look at, and you're just looking for something to just have a fucking gripe over. That's literally it.
Have that option. It could have been much worse. They could have made you use premium currency to use your own Pokemon. That's what I expected. Right now, people think, the optimal way to play is you have to pay for 3 subscriptions, Nintendo Online, Pokemon Home, and this new Pokemon Champion subscription. But that's not worth it. There's not really any reason to do that, because the Pokemon Champion subscription just gives you in-game currency stuff, which you don't need if you're using Pokemon Home. Except I tricked you. I fooled you. Of course it can't be that good. Of course it can't be generous in even the most minute way, because Pokemon Home does not let you transfer Mega Stones. You know, Mega Evolution, the big thing of Pokemon ZA, what everyone's super excited about, what are insanely OP in a competitive game, they would be mandatory, and it is confirmed that Emborite...
Okay, this is how you know this guy does not fucking play Pokemon. No, that's not how that works. Most of the new, first off, we don't really know. Yeah, this guy is a tourist. First off, for most of the new megas, we don't know what their abilities are. Based off of the leaks, we know 3 of them for certain, and one we can make a very, very educated guess. So for Mega Delphox, it's going to have Levitate, which I'm slightly disappointed about, but still Levitate's pretty good for Delphox, so I'm not going to be particularly upset, because it's still going to be a very, very strong Charizard Y-esque special attacker that's faster. Much faster, with Nasty Plot as well. So it's still going to be good. Greninja's going to have Protein. Going to be interesting to see how the interaction works. If you can, use an attack in base form with Protein, and then switch when you Mega, and you can use a Protein boosted attack again. Very interested to see how that interaction plays out, and also how it works with Battle Bond, which will probably be broken, but I digress. And Chestnut's going to have Bulletproof. And the thing is that we don't, Megas can quote-unquote be... just to say, Bulletproof also is a pretty solid ability. Good ability. I would have preferred Stamina on Chestnut, but Bulletproof is still good as well. The thing is, with a lot of teams with Pokemon, you don't always have to run a fucking Mega. Not always. The problem becomes, it just depends on what the construction of the team does and how it works. Some teams just don't have Megas. If you go to, a Natdex OU team, sometimes you'll just find a team with no Megas, right? Sometimes you'll find a team with no Z moves or Z crystals, right? I believe Terra's been banned. Same with Dynamax, because they're broken. So... the thing specifically is, if you are constructing a team, you don't necessarily know how exactly you want to construct the exact sort of formula for your team for it to be successful in terms of, what you want it to accomplish, in terms of what you want it to do. An example. You want a hyper offense team. You just want to basically stack in a suicide lead with a bunch of setup sweepers, and you just want to go, be very aggressive, and just overwhelm your opponent with a bunch of offense. So long as you have the setup sweepers, you don't necessarily always need a Mega in order to be able to pull that off. Period. End of story. There's plenty of very strong, very offensive Pokemon that can just beat someone down in order to just win the fucking game. You don't always need a Mega in order to be able to do that. It just depends on the team, right? And we're gonna complain about fucking Emboar? Dog, Emboar is fucking pretty dog shit. Oh, and the other Pokemon that we can speculate its ability is Mega Starmie. We can assume that Mega Starmie is probably gonna have Pure Power, right? And it's gonna be Fastest pure power Pokemon in the game, which I think is going to be an interesting niche, because it was Medicham in the past, and now it's going to be fucking Starmie with its 120 base speed. I'm just going to rewind a little bit because I want to hear the bit with Embor.
You know, Mega Evolution, the big thing of Pokemon ZA, what everyone's super excited about, were insanely OP in a competitive game. They would be mandatory. And it is confirmed that Emborite, that's 1 Megastone at the very least, is on the paid track of the Battle Pass. So you do, in fact...
I'm going to be quite honest. If you know anything about competitive Pokemon, no one's going to give a shit about this. Embor is pretty fucking bad as a Mega. I'm going to be quite honest. I'm not going to shed a tear over that one.
In order to play competitively, have to pay for Pokemon Home, Nintendo Online, and this new Pokemon Champions premium subscription thing. And this is only what we know now. The game hasn't even come out yet. Mobile games are known for charging...
Yeah, the subscription thing, again, like, that's the bigger problem here, obviously. Like, I mean, I've put in the time and effort in order to breed a bunch of fucking Pokemon. I'm pretty much ready and raring to go. I also have my old 3DS. I can pretty much gen anything from Gen 1 through 7 and just transfer it up. I made sure to keep my fucking Pokemon bank. I still have my account and everything, even through the shutting down of Pokemon Bank. So I'm pretty much good to go. Like, I don't really give much of a shit. But that's because I decided to put in the time and effort for all of this, right? Like, that's me doing that. You don't seem very interested in being able to do any of that because, unfortunately, we kind of live in a society where everything is supposed to be, like, instantaneous sort of, like, gratification in terms of being able to get some form of, like, beneficial outcome for yourself. If you know anything about Pokemon, tedium has always been the main sort of case. If you wanted to build, like, a successful competitive team back in the fucking day, the amount of, like, RNG manipulation that you would have to know in order to be able to get the respective IVs, natures, and even, like, items that you're looking for was extreme. And you want to, like, complain about fucking tedium? That's fucking tedium. The barrier to entry. There is still a bit of a barrier to entry, absolutely, for certain specific sets in Pokemon, blah, 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 blah. But the barrier to entry has been significantly reduced. Significantly fucking reduced in comparison to what it was, like, I would even say, like, back during Sword and Shield as well. Like, competitive items to get competitive items in Sword and Shield, even that was a fucking grind. It would take a very fucking long time. It was better in certain respects because it's very easy to cheese infinite money in Sword and Shield, but even in Sword and Shield, it would take a fucking while in order to be able to build a competitive team. And again, that's always been Pokemon ever since, well, 3 years ago. It's always taken a very, very long time to be able to construct your, well, ideal sort of team.
You every dollar they possibly can, so I'm sure it gets worse, not better. And this is how you have to play competitive Pokemon now. You have no other option. Official option, that is. I guess they figured they had milked the casual fans plenty, and it was time to start milking the competitive fans. We'll see who's willing to pay more. Lonely losers who scalp children, or competitive Teasmos with no soul. Doesn't really matter, because in the end, we all lose. Next, we have an advertisement.
I mean, I don't, like, again, this buddy, if you know anything about Pokemon, this has always been Pokemon in a nutshell. Period. End of. Welcome to Pokemon, Bubby. Like, say hello, say hi. This has been Pokemon for years.
For the Legends ZA DLC. Hey, I wonder if someone made a video on that. I hear the game's really, really bad. I know someone's gonna seethe about me calling these advertisements. They're gonna be like, oh, every presentation's an advertisement. But there's a distinct difference. These are supposed to be a look toward the future. Some exciting things are coming out. I call this an ad because the DLC already exists. It's already been released. And for those who played it, we already know it's bad. I don't need to hear about it anymore. If we could all forget it exists, it'd be a better world. Now this, I would call an announcement, not an advertisement. It's a new trailer. For sure, a game that we already know exists, but it gives us some new information. At the very least, the game hasn't been released yet. Now the new info, it's not great. It's the idea that music will be in the game. Incredible. I never thought a video game could have music until now. I guess we also learned the game has multiplayer.
I think probably because it's music from other games, so you can... Okay, I guess we're complaining about Pokeopia, which everyone's been basically streaming and seemingly has been very, very fucking successful, and people have been really enjoying Pokeopia. I don't know why the fuck this guy's complaining about that. Like, you can get music from other generations from discs that I think you can find or complete challenges for, and let the fucking Rotom play it. Like, that's the point. The game itself has its own fucking music. Like, why the fuck are we complaining about this?
Not that I care. I'm not playing this with anybody. Believe it or not, I will play this, and not just because of the YouTube channel. I won't say I'm excited, but I am intrigued because any Pokemon game not made by Game Freak at least has the chance of being good. And although people are calling this an Animal Crossing clone, what it really is a Dragon Quest Builders clone. It's even made by the same developers as those games, and they're fun. They're good games. So who knows? It might be a good time. I've always been a fan of spin-offs in general, so I want to support that idea. And if it turns out to be terrible, I'll be sure to let you know. But they conclude the presentation with the only thing anyone should care about, definitely the only thing I care about, which is the teaser to Gen 10. And unfortunately,
so I don't know what. Okay, so then if the only thing that you cared about was the teaser to Gen 10, why the fuck were you complaining about all the fucking mobile ads and all the other shit before then? Like, why were you bitching about all that other shit in the past? Like, again, you're just looking for an axe to grind. That's literally it.
We learn basically nothing. We get to see the starters, which are the new worst starters of all time, which is every starter announcement because they don't actually matter. You're only going to see your little guy for a little bit until it turns into some bipedal monster. Personally, I'm a big fan of the dog. I like dogs. Dogs are cute. The bird looks like a mobile game asset to me, like a rejected angry bird. And the gecko, yeah, you know, he's fine. I do admit that none of them really look like Pokemon to me, but then again, that's like basically everything. I've been saying this for years. They look more like they come from Pal World than they do Pokemon, but if their final evolutions are good, that's really all that matters. Not that we'll be able to see those forever because the game...
Okay, I don't understand what is the point about fucking bitching and complaining about this? No, it looks like Pal World assets. Oh no, it looks like Mobile World assets. Like, I don't understand. Like, what is the point of this fucking criticism? Like, I don't really know. I don't really care.
Doesn't come out till 2027, which would be good news because it means they're taking their time on the game and actually trying to make it good. The excuse has always been that Pokemon games are rushed. They're low effort, low budget, so now they're actually taking their time. It'll be 5 years between...
Well, it's not that it is an excuse. It's actually provable. Yeah, that has been a problem with Game Freak for a very long time because, again, we know that a lot of merchandising sales all specifically go mostly to Nintendo and the Pokemon Company, and Game Freak sees none of that fucking money. If we're talking about what makes the most money specifically for Pokemon, it is merchandising fucking sales, right? Those plushies sell a lot, and they sell very, very well, especially for the very, very popular Pokemon. Those things are always going to be fucking sold out, for example. And a lot of that money doesn't go to the company that develops the fucking games, right? Because again, they're meant to be vehicles in order to advertise the merchandising. Like, that's how it fucking works.
Generations, surely this one must be good. The problem is that's implying they're actually spending this time working on Gen 10, and we have no guarantee of that. According to the Pokemon leaks, they were working on Pokemon Legends ZA, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the next Legends game, and Pokemon Gen 10 all at the same time. And that's just the Pokemon games. We also know they're spending time working on their new Xbox game. So are they really putting in this time to make sure Gen 10 is a good, bug-free game? Or is it more time spent on the projects they actually care about, which is anything but Pokemon? And trust me...
How do you know that? Like, how can you make that fucking assertion? Like, it doesn't make it... That makes no fucking sense to me. Like, I don't understand. What is the point of bringing up this fucking point, right? Like, you don't know how many teams or how many developers are being dedicated to all of these projects at a particular moment in time. You don't know. You have no fucking idea. You don't know about budget allocations. You don't know about resource management. You don't know about supply management either. Now, here's the thing. Is there a point that can be had that there are a lot of giant game studios who are trying to get away with the least amount of possible development time and developers in order to be able to complete giant projects? Yes, absolutely. But it goes back to the main overall point, the main overall problem. It's an economics issue. It's a capitalism issue. It's a broader problem with the games industry in general issue. But you're never going to make any of those fucking criticisms of the executives who make those fucking decisions. You're just going to complain, bitch, and moan instead about why is the game not good? Oh, it's probably because it's woke or some shit. Okay, whatever, dude. I don't give a shit.
I want this game to be good more than anyone. I actually liked Scarlet and Violet. And if that game just had a little more effort, it would be an actually good game rather than a mediocre game that I happen...
Well, it's not... Okay, that's not the biggest problem with, like, Scarlet and Violet. I mean, is the story rather bare bones? Yes. Is the gameplay kind of bare bones? Sure, like, maybe. But that's because, again, what they were investing more effort into with Generation 9 was specifically the competitive aspect, which you were just shitting on earlier. So, again, you can't be fucking satisfied with anything. They have their own official competitive format that they were supporting more and more, with a lot of the beneficial features such as like the ability to be able to buy competitive items for very, very fucking cheap, which is a thing that was created specifically in this game. Sure, grinding for money is very annoying, as always within Pokemon, but it's not that terrible. But that's just, again, Pokemon in a fucking nutshell. That's always been a problem consistently with the fucking goddamn games, right? Where grinding for resources takes a long time. It's a Japanese RPG. That's always been a fucking feature within Japanese RPGs. Like, you're just complaining about the, I don't know, like, main fundamental, I guess, like, DNA, I suppose, for lack of a better term, of Japanese fucking RPGs, which is that they are very, very often very tedious and very fucking grindy. That is what it fucking is. The biggest problem with, honestly, with Scarlet and Violet was that it was released on an unoptimized piece of hardware. That, of course, being the Switch 1, which was a not very well optimized, not very well performing piece of hardware. That's the biggest fucking issue in particular, right? Where there was a lot of bugs, performance issues, blah, 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 blah. Because the Switch 1 had a lot of fucking flaws.
To enjoy. I just have no reason to believe that this next game will be any different, because despite Scarlet and Violet being the most controversial game they've released, it sold incredibly well. So why do anything differently? The reason a company invests money into a product is because they'll get a return on investment. They'll make more money than what they put in. But why would they spend more money or more time, and more time is more money, if they won't get any more in return? Spend as little as possible on the game itself and spend as much as possible on advertising. That's what they're telling us. That's what they're...
Again, because that's how you get people to buy a game. You spend a bunch on fucking advertising. Again, you don't... It's the same point that Birdman brings up consistently over and over and over again. Like, when he does his debunking... God, I always forget the names of series. But when he debunks grifters like this, specifically like media grifters who just put out a bunch of anti-woke fucking slop, all the time, they will always just talk about, I can't believe that this studio is spending so much on fucking advertisements and marketing. It's like, yeah, dipshit, how do you think they're going to get their message out, that their product is coming out to as many people as possible? They're going to spend a bunch on fucking advertising. The argument that these people always seemingly have is like, why do they spend so much on advertising? They could be spending more and more of that in order to be able to, put effort within their own fucking media. It's like, dog, it's called welcome to the economic system that we currently find ourselves under. You have to spend a ton in fucking marketing for people to, broadly speaking, have the message that, oh, our product is coming out, here it is, because there's a lot of instances of movies and other media properties that don't spend as much in terms of marketing, and they end up, not performing as well within profit margins. So, a lot of companies that have tons of huge research departments have looked into this and said, we have to be able to get out our message on as many platforms in as many different forms of media as fucking possible in order to be able to have people take a look and, well, potentially try to fucking buy our goddamn games. Like, welcome to the current media environment that we find ourselves under. You have to be able to participate within social media. Tons of different fucking avenues to be able to do that. Of course, with like YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, blah, 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 blah. Tons of different avenues for that. And that takes a lot of time and resources and market research in order to be able to perfectly put together an advertisement to be able to put that out there. Because if it was a low quality advertisement, then you would bitch, moan, and complain about it being a low quality advertisement and be like, hey, this game now deserves to be fucking making no money. Blah. Which is why, part of me, I don't really understand why I'm fucking arguing against this point, because people like this simply exist just to be fucking angry and appeal to a bunch of people who can never be fucking satisfied with, like, literally anything. Like, Pokemon is going to naturally sell well because everyone just likes the franchises and the sort of general game, which has a very, very rich tapestry for as to why people, broadly speaking, will engage with this, well, medium. Again, I'm going to keep saying this, I guess, over and over and over again. You're just looking for an axe to grind, buddy.
saying is the most effective way to sell Pokemon, and how could I argue when it's clearly working? The only hope is that the developers of the game actually care about the product. But if every other Pokemon game is any evidence, they definitely stopped caring at some point, and I'm not sure what would have to happen to make them care again. I thought these guys were supposed to be Japanese. Don't they have any honor? Is it dishonorable to make a subpar product to do a...
What the fuck is this, like, what is the point of fucking bringing this up? Like, how, what? What kind of fucking cringe-ass bullshit is this? Didn't literally the CEO of Nintendo decide to fucking take a pay cut in order to be able to, as a byproduct of the Wii sales being really bad? Or was it Wii? It was either the Wii U sales or Wii sales being really, really bad. The CEO of Nintendo decided to fucking take a pay cut because of that, because he didn't want to fire any of his workers, because he recognized, it's like, no, it's because our marketing campaign for the Wii was really fucking bad. That's a little interesting now, is it? Now, are you going to mention any of that fucking history? No, because more than likely, you don't know any of it because you're just putting out a bunch of fucking stupid dreck on the internet.
Bad job? Isn't having pride in your work a Japanese thing? Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just not the case anymore. At least the game looks nicer. It definitely has better graphics than Scarlet and Violet, and we're actually...
Yeah, because the hardware is way fucking better.
Getting to the point where I don't care anymore, where it's good enough for me. I've never been a graphics guy to begin with, but I still like nice things to look at, and Legends ZA and Scarlet Violet were bad enough that it was just ugly. And I know the trailer's being selective, they're only going to show the nicest looking environments, but ZA looked bad even in the trailers. Plus, there's a floating Pokeball in the trailer, so they're not being that selective. So it's finally nice to have a Pokemon...
I mean, that's always just been kind of a feature. Yeah, like, developers are going to tend to be kind of fucking lazy about a lot of stuff. That's just how it is, bro.
A game that looks nice. I mean, we could have had this a long time ago if they'd be willing to spend a small pittance of their billions on hiring some artists, or maybe even outsource it. It'd be better than what we had, but better late than never.
No, dude, like, again, the reason why Scarlet and Violet looked terrible was because they were limited by the fucking hardware. Because sometimes, like, you're just gonna get fucked by hardware limits. That it just is what it is. Like, can you make the argument that, again, fucking Nintendo should have just made the Switch way, way better and not have kept it in the cycle for as long as they did? Abso-fucking-lutely. But then again, COVID happened. It caused massive disruptions within the fucking market. It's rather fucking complicated. A lot of research tends to go into all this stuff. COVID, again, was a huge fucking disrupting factor. It's one of those things where there are so many fucking complicated factors that this fucking dipshit is definitely not fucking considering.
Unfortunately, that's all there is to talk about with Gen 10. That's all we get to know. They revealed the starters and the graphics of the game. I guess we know Slugma will be in the game. That's cool. Wingull's there. But no gameplay information, no story, no characters. We didn't even get to see the new gimmick.
Very normal,
Not that the
I'll be
gimmick's
honest.
gonna be good. If the leaks are true, it's just gonna be another, oh, your Pokemon's stronger now for no reason. They really haven't had a good idea since...
From what I understand, the gimmick is apparently going to be... Also, by the way, that's how every fucking gimmick works, but whatever, sure. Oh, Pokemon made stronger. Yeah, that's the point of the fucking game. Okay, whatever. From what I understand, and if it's true based off of the leaks, then this shit could be really fucking broken. And could be a boon for hyper offensive teams. Basically, if the Pokemon that is holding a specific item, it will revive at full HP if it goes down, and also get an Omni Boost, which is absolutely fucking insane if that is the case. So basically, like, depending on the Pokemon, so like the example I use is like you can use multi-scale Dragonite, right? Dragonite, it holds the item, right? You don't really, like, you're probably not going to go down in one hit because Dragonite has naturally good bulk and solid amount of resistances. It can easily come in, switch in, has good immunities, blah, 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 blah. It will probably survive the first hit, be able to get a Dragon Dance up, and since now it's faster than the thing that's in front of it, it'll get another Dragon Dance up, it'll die, come back with whatever amount of HP it comes back with. I don't know if it'll be 50% or full. That's another question, of course, because we don't know exactly how the mechanic works. And it'll also have an Omni Boost. It'll have 2 Dragon Dances under its belt and an Omni Boost. And good luck fucking taking that thing down after all of that. Guess, like, you're just gonna get swept. It's game fucking over. Like, you can't fucking do shit about that. That's just, like, one example that I immediately come up with off the top of my head, which could be really, really fucking broken, but we just don't have enough information based off of the leaks in order to be able to really tell for certain at the moment. There's been hints that people sort of discerned from like lettering that the leaked accounts have also said like this could be a potential hint at the mechanic, and here's how it potentially fucking works, but we don't really know 100% for certain because the information's just not out there yet.
Megas, or Alolan forms, if you count that as a gimmick. Since they're not really willing to show anything, it makes me think that 2027 is a late 2027, which may be for the best. I'm not ready to be disappointed.
That's pretty fucking normal, where it's been late in terms of the years for, well, the releases of Pokemon games. That's normal.
And yes, this is a real disappointed because I actually do think the game will be fun. I mean, it's just so easy. Making a Pokemon game that's good is apparently impossible, but making a Pokemon game that's fun is incredibly easy. It's just such a good formula. That's why it's so baffling that Pokemon Legends ZA is the worst game ever made. But there's still plenty
Then why are you fucking complaining? Okay, whatever.
ways they can mess it up. Maybe this will be the smallest Pokédex yet, where every island is populated with nothing but Rattata and Watchog, and the oceans are filled with Magikarp and Phoebus. Actually, Phoebus is too cool, you'll get Basculin. That was probably Scarlet and Violet's biggest problem, that you would see the same Pokemon everywhere, which is an insane problem to have when they're...
You can go to travel to other parts of the game to get different Pokemon, and certain parts of the region are going to have different fucking themes based off of the construction of the environment. Okay, whatever. This dude does not understand what, I guess, basic fucking progression in terms of, like... Because you're not going to get the higher stats. You're not going to get, like, the pre-evolutions of pseudo-legendary Pokemon in the early game, in the early fucking areas. It's not how it fucking works. It's going to be more difficult to get those because they don't want you to be able to have your hands on those immediately unless you do, like, a specific gimmick in order to be able to get that. That's how... It's called progression in a fucking video game. Jesus Christ.
1,000 Pokemon, and they cannot make the excuse that it's new models and new animations because there's no way they're remaking them all again. We just had Scarlet and Violet, and we just had Pokemon Legends ZA. There is plenty to choose from. If this game has a low Pokemon variety, I'm going to lose my mind. I have no expectations for the new designs. They're always bad. They'll always be bad. All the good designers left or died. That or they just don't care anymore. As long as one of the...
How do you know that they're all just bad, bro? Like, again, like, oh, everything is just bad because, again, I have to have a gripe with something. Like, again, just gripes. Axe to grind. That's all you fucking care about. Look at me. I just have to be mad for the sake of being mad. It's like, okay, then, like, what's the point of any of your quote-unquote fucking criticism? It's boring. It's stupid. Just like, literally say anything else.
Starters is good. That's good enough for me, and they've never managed to make 3 bad ones at one time. If I had to guess, they're definitely ruining the water type. They've just had the worst track record of all time. Inteleon and then Quaxacoatl Duck Guy back-to-back. That's insane. Those are the 2 worst.
It's called Quaquavel.
Designs of all time, one right after the other. This is intentional sabotage. They hate water types. Now I'm hoping.
Wait, hold on. Well, why do you think that's the fucking case? I'm a little curious. Why are you not going to speculate why exactly they're quote unquote the worst ones? I'm just, I feel like, if we're going to be honest here in terms of our fucking criticisms, you probably want to stipulate why. Like, what's so bad about Inteleon and Quaquavel, right? Quaquavel is a not mariachi dancer, a salsa dancer, right? A salsa dancer. It's a specific kind of duck within the region. Makes a lot of sense. And Inteleon is it's a lizard spy because it's in Britain. Spy, pew pew, haha, it's cool, blah blah blah, whatever. Like, it's a lot of Pokemon are going to take inspirations from, animals, generally speaking, and also cultural references in the region that it's supposed to refer to. Right? Like, that's how it fucking works, man. It's called artistic fucking direction.
I'm praying that this will be a Swampert, like maybe an Empoleon. Those are pretty cool. I don't think that's what we're gonna get. Having mentioned those 2 Pokemon, I am now realizing that despite everyone complaining...
I really hope that they make the Gekwa's fucking final evolution as much of a flaming homosexual as possible, because I know it'll make this guy really fucking mad.
The new starters all being bipedal. Starters have kind of always been bipedal, like all the way back to the beginning. Charizard, Blastoise, both bipedal. That's 2 out of 3. Typhlosion, Feraligatr, Swampert, Blaziken, and Sceptile, all 3 of them are bipedal. Infernape and Empoleon. I could keep going. The point is, the majority of starters have always been bipedal. I guess they're just getting a little more humanoid over time.
Okay, I will agree with this. I do think the bipedal stuff discourse, I think it's very stupid and fucking annoying, but I mean, yeah, welcome to anthropomorphization. Humans will, generally speaking, if there is a thing that they like, will make them into a form that they can easily relate, and that is, well, oh, humanoid, because we're human. That's how it works.
Charizard is definitely less humanoid than Incineroar. I don't know. Point is, anything video game related
He's a
is
wrestler,
a
dude.
disappointment. If you made it this far, you're legally obligated to subscribe. Pokemon
I am not going to subscribe to your fucking dog shit channel. Period. End of story. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, what is there to say in particular with all this shit? Like, I mean, it's stupid. This dude basically came in here with not really any criticisms whatsoever, basically with a fucking axe to grind, coming into this with a significant, like, lack of knowledge base in terms of the environment that he's looking to, quote-unquote, I suppose, criticize. Like, so as pretty much expected, and this is generally speaking why I do not tend to cover a lot of these anti-woke sort of, like, slop tubers, because it's very often all the exact same fucking bullshit. Constantly. The same fucking bullshit. Oh, look at thing that I don't like all that much. I'm going to bitch, moan, and fucking complain about it. Because, again, it's very, very easy to basically make, like, very, very, like, I don't know, like, low IQ criticisms like, oh, I don't like the thing because it doesn't particularly appeal to me. Yeah, bleh. Because this sort of, like, rage baity, sloppy content is really, really fucking easy to make. It's quick to make, and you can put it out constantly and churn it out really, really fucking goddamn easily if you just have, like, one or two other fucking people. And, oh, you can get a decent amount of fucking subscribers doing these exact same type of, like, slop sort of, like, rage bait fucking goddamn videos. Like, that's literally it, and that's the pretty much the main problems that I've always had with a lot of these, like, anti-woke sort of, like, slop tuber individuals. It's boring, it's uninteresting, and a lot of their points are just pretty much can come down to, bro, different strokes for different folks, and people like things because they like certain things. It's just how it fucking is, man. Like, death of fucking subjectivity constantly, you know, all the time. Oh, look at me complain on the internet and not understand how other people fucking think because I just simply refuse to just, I don't know, walk 2 fucking steps in their own shoes. Like, that's literally it. Death of subjectivity as always with these people. But anywho, I don't think there's really much else to say besides there's a reason why I don't do these videos. It's because they're always incredibly fucking boring. Honestly, I don't understand how, like, the Birdman or, like, Utterly Noah do all of these, like, anti-woke grifter videos every fucking time. I'm going to be honest. I have no idea how they have the constitution for it because it's always the same shit constantly over and over again. They never present any other, like, interesting points or fucking arguments. It's always some derivation of the exact same bullshit, and it's just like, ugh, boring, boring, boring. It's so boring. I think Asmongold is a consequentialist and doesn't have any real principles. Okay, dude, whatever. I also think you deliberately dodged my examples of actual grifters. No, because I don't fucking care, like, about your examples of actual grifters because they're bad examples. Massive co-post from someone who is seemingly, because this dude's saying, like, I don't like any of these content creators, but let me write a fucking essay and paragraphs each for each one of them whatsoever and defending them. It's just like, okay, if you don't like them, why the fuck are you defending them? Stupid. You don't believe in anything. About a bunch of creators that he doesn't actually like. Now, as expected from dipshits like yourself, you are incapable of any honesty, and are just stuck in a bubble. Cope and seethe. Cope and seethe, you fucking loser. Also, your point on grifters was fucking stupid. You have no idea what a grifter is. Grifter is if the people you listed are grifters. The only one I could say that is a grifter out of all of them is fucking Andrew Tate. Like, honestly, is Andrew Tate a fucking grifter? I think he is genuine in his hatred of women. And is definitely a closeted homosexual. You know what? I'm willing to say that Andrew Tate's not a grifter. I think he just really fucking hates women. I think he's genuine in that. I do think that if you want to traffic women, you have to hate women. There is a necessary need to have a level of dehumanization at play there. A grifter is... The amount of slander heard from this video, of course, whatever. Have I ever mentioned how much I really just fucking despise these people? I can't believe that you're slandering people like Nuxtaku and Asmongold in your video, shitting on them. It's like, yeah, because they're bad and they're wrong for a lot of fucking reasons. Ugh, it's so dumb, man. That segment with the dumbass went on way fucking longer than I wanted it to. Talarico follows 10 Instagram accounts of women who are popular porn actors, OnlyFans models, and have accounts on escort sites, according to publicly available accounts viewed by Axios in recent weeks. Okay. Sure, man. Of all the things you can fucking complain about, you complain about this. Alright, let's get fucking started with this bullshit. Yeah, good point, Alex. Yeah, is he in the Epstein files? Last time I checked, James Tallarico, I don't think he was in the Epstein files. Yeah, I mean, it's stupid. Also, like, how do you know that James Tallarico is the guy who runs the fucking Instagram account? You don't know that. We have no idea. It's like, okay, bro. Nice meme. Anywho, let's just get started with this shit. Yeah, nice meme. The latest in Iran war watch. We currently are having a crisis in terms of, well, oil prices. Why? Strait of Hormuz was closed, and about a third of the, global oil shipments, a quarter to a third, I believe, or can be a fifth to a third. The numbers can vary depending on the time, obviously. Goes through specifically the Strait of Hormuz, and currently with the war that's happening right now within Iran, they obviously closed that shit. So ships are not going through there. And given the fact that a lot of the Gulf states, and as well as the other Arab nations, like Saudi Arabia, other oil-producing nations, of course, have basically been saying, like, yeah, I think we're going to stop producing as much oil from our fields because we really do not want those to be able to, go up in fucking smoke and flames. Because it turns out putting out oil field fires, that's a tough one. That's a big tough one. That's a tough one. That's a hard one. And as a result, a lot of production has been stopping in the oil fields that Iran can hit with their Shahed drones and other capabilities as well, like other cruise missiles. Because, by the way, their stocks have barely been fucking dented. We know that they've been using, honestly, the basic stuff. Not even any of the, they've been using some of their hypersonic missile capabilities and some of their other cruise missiles that they have developed. We've seen footage of them, say, for example, hitting Israel and other Gulf states, specifically mostly the U.S. bases, because the conservatives will, cope, seethe, shit, and fart their pants, say that, look at Iran attacking their friends in the other Arab states. First off, most of those states really don't like Iran all that much, so let's clarify that immediately. Second off, there was literally, I think, an NBC segment where one of Iran's foreign ministers had to explain, I guess, the concept of a nation defending itself, saying, yeah, we got attacked by U.S. bases, so we're going to defend ourselves and attack the U.S. bases. And for whatever reason, these, dumbasses kept saying, but why are you attacking these Arab states? And this is on NBC News, by the way, the quote-unquote, lib-cuck, lefty outlet of, I don't know, the United States of America. And they're, I don't know, seemingly for whatever reason not understanding that when a nation gets attacked, it has the right to defend itself. And that's what Iran has been doing with the attacks on the U.S. bases that they've been getting attacked from. Shocker, I know. What a crazy sort of advent. But as a result of the Strait of Hormuz being closing, as a byproduct of that, the G7 finance ministers are held in an emergency discussion today amid a sharp rise in oil prices. And oh boy, was there a sharp rise in fucking oil prices. It nearly hit $120 a fucking barrel. One fucking goddamn 20. That is a lot of money. A lot of money for a barrel of fucking oil. Genuinely fucking insane. Obviously, as a byproduct of the what is basically being told here by the Financial Times, these countries are considering releasing a lot of barrels of oil from the International Energy Agency's strategic reserves, which is the general sort of global reserves of oil. And as a byproduct of that, the price certainly crashed down. Oh, back to what it was right around when all of the Strait of Hormuz basically, well, closed. It is still about 50% up in comparison to, well, what it was previously, and that was about $60 a fucking barrel. And even then, it's still been going up because the war is fucking continuing, and the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, and a bunch of, well, oil-rich countries have said, like, yeah, we kind of have to stop producing because we really do not want our oil fields to be hit. Fuck that. Absolutely not. Because the Saudis are not interested in this fight whatsoever. I know that Lindsey Graham has been, like, gallivanting about on Fox News saying, like, why are the Saudis and all the Qataris who have our weapons not hitting the Iranians? They need to hit the Iranians. It should be fairly obvious, Lindsey. A, they don't want the fight. Yeah, they don't want this. And B, they know that if they do get involved with the fight, I believe there's also been secret phone calls had between the Saudis and also the Iranians saying, like, dog, can we just have, like, a random sort of spot we can hit in the desert to make it look like we're doing something? We want absolutely nothing to do with this. Like, we don't want our oil fields to get hit. No. We like making money, okay? We like the money. We don't like the money being molested, and what the U.S. is doing right now is molesting the money. And that's kind of the position like the Saudis are in right now because of, like, crazed fucking lunatics within the United States of America, crazed death cult lunatics, saying, like, it's the end times. Got to be able to, I don't know, bomb the shit out of Iran in order to make fucking greater Israel. Like, fuck yeah, absolutely. That's because that's the position for, like, people like Lindsey Graham and all the, like, neocons that are in power right now, and all the evangelicals. They see this as the end times, and they want to, well, create greater Israel in order to have their, like, crazed death cult conspiracy and interpretation of the book of Revelation come true. So then the rapture happens, and then they all end up going to heaven. That's, like, basically the point of all of this stuff, right? But, you know, everything at the behest of Israel, of course. Military industrial complex, blah, 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 a whole bunch of other stuff. So obviously this has been a complete fucking disaster right now for the United States of America. Trump has floated wanting to deploy fucking ground troops, which is obviously going to be a complete fucking disaster for the United States if they actually follow through with that. So great, fantastic, that the United States is basically completely shooting itself in the foot. You'll love to fucking see it. But Trump held a press conference about the Iran war, seeing what's, I guess, happening. Now, if I were to take a guess, most of the stuff that Trump's probably going to talk about is lauding his quote-unquote accomplishments, and I don't think he's really going to mention much of anything here. Maybe he'll bring up Russia, because, again, the one who's benefiting the most from this is specifically the Russians, because the United States has floated unsanctioning Russian oil, so then the prices can kind of fucking stabilize, which is only going to benefit the fucking Russians, obviously. So obviously, in the mind of the Russians, they'll want this to fucking continue as much as fucking possible because of why? Oh, they stand to benefit to make a lot of money in order to be able to, well, continue attacking the fucking Ukrainians. Great to see, fantastic. But as expected from this Russian asset here, and Israeli asset known as Donald Trump, like, oh, a bunch of people are going to profit off of a crisis that he basically made for, like, literally no fucking goddamn reason. Besides, I don't know, Israel decided to jingle some fucking keys at him with, like, Lindsey Graham and said that he can, like, have a legacy secured because he bombed the shit out of Iran for literally no reason. Anyway, let's take a look at this.
Moment in history, in my opinion, and the great success we've had in Venezuela and all other places. Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success.
So much success.
While we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We wiped every single force in Iran out very completely. Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's
True boy, Finny.
50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very.
Honestly, can we have better audio?
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. It's been a very big 2 days, I have to say. And we'll be heading back to Washington, D.C. right after this. And I'd like to wish everyone a very good evening. And over the weekend, the United States military and the Israeli Defense Forces continued Operation Epic Fury very successfully. Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex military maneuvers the world has ever seen. Now, you add that up to all of the other things, Midnight Hammer, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which was a big moment in history, in my opinion. And
we know it did nothing, basically.
Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success. But while we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. and some people could say they're pretty well complete. We wiped every single force.
By the way, we still have no idea what the objective is. Like, they keep saying that they want to wipe out all this different stuff when we know most of that stuff's going to be hidden under mountains. Like, good luck getting at that with just air power.
In Iran out very completely. Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long.
So many
These are
ships.
fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capability.
We do know that one of those ships, I believe, was in international waters doing exercises within the Indian Ocean with the Indian Navy. Again, like, violation of international law, but these dipshits don't care about that.
Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing has been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt.
Wait, I don't understand. So you hit a bunch of targets and decrease their capabilities to about 10%, but you haven't hit some of the more major sites? That seems like a bit of a contradiction there. Like, that's kind of interesting, isn't it?
Having to do with electricity production and many other things, so we're not looking to do that if we don't have to.
We're going to black them out.
They're very easy to hit, but
We're going to do the same thing as the Russians.
We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launchers and 83% drop in drone launchers. As you know, the drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of smart people, as soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of...
Didn't the U.S. already have a bunch of low-cost interceptors? And by the way, like, yeah, like, hitting the fucking launcher is pretty much irrelevant. Like, all their stuff that they have is underground in a bunch of fucking mountain bases because, again, Zagros Mountains, the mountain range, Iran is incredibly fucking mountainous. So, again, good luck hitting that shit specifically, but whatever. Like, you mostly just probably hit a bunch of cheaper stuff with very, very expensive shit. And we all know that a lot of the interceptors that the United States got, guess where they more than likely got that shit from? The Ukrainians. Because they've been developing a ton of technology, because they had to develop a ton of technology in order to defend themselves from attacks from the Russians. Same with the Russians, by the way. They have also been developing a bunch of technology as well for more effective, although kind of dumb, but effective, delivery systems for a lot of, attack drones, because they need to get around, say, like, drone jamming equipment, for example, right? Shit like that. We know that in terms of the forefront of counter-drone warfare, who's going to be at the lead of that? More than like the Ukrainians, but if they're going to, I mean... It's unfortunate that they have to give up a lot of their productive capabilities to also give it to the United States of America because of the fact that they would prefer to probably use that to defend themselves from the war that's still going on in Ukraine because of, I don't know, these dipshits currently in power right now who are going ahead with this like completely elective war in Iran because Lindsey Graham and Benjamin Netanyahu decided to jingle some keys in the front of Trump's face.
2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and very deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil was no match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime...
We're destroying the soil,
folks.
folks.
At a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly.
We're getting them,
ahead of our
folks.
initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved.
By the way, a quick reminder for the leadership point that Trump is saying here. Trump has said, like, he quote-unquote had a guy ready fucking picked out that he wanted to have take over the fucking country. And they're just like, okay, well, we bombed that guy in the second wave. But, you know, there was like a third wave. Oh, that guy also got bombed, I guess, as well. You know, now I have, like, no idea who could potentially replace the Ayatollah. So, you know, I have no idea what the hell is going on. So, you know, if they just put up a guy, they're just going to put up a guy. Like, whatever.
We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck with a situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in, or the head of the country in, that's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change. They've been doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years, whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole where they were involved very strongly.
I might want to fucking talk with Israel about that one there, buddy, because they've been just randomly killing people in the Middle East for about 100 years.
They always denied it. But they were very strongly involved in all of the people that died through the roadside bombs, died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building, essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't...
Hey guys, don't you think wasn't there a funny little deal that was negotiated back during 2015 that basically was preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon? Yeah. And this guy might have had done something to get rid of that fucking deal? Yeah.
knock out their Iranian potential. If we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before now. And at a minimum, Israel would have been annihilated. I was very lucky that we had the courage to do that we had the talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable. We ordered 25 more, by the way. The newer, better version. It's we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people, though, to operate it and to use it. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, they never negotiated in good faith. They still continued to say we want to build nuclear. We want enrichment at levels that were unacceptable.
Okay, first off, no Iran nuclear deal. They can enrich to whatever level that they want. 90% enrichment for weapons-grade uranium. So, again, nothing you can really do about it. Second off, they literally offered to be able to not stockpile any more fissile material, saying that, because this was explained before by the foreign minister of Oman, which American media was, I suppose, too stupid to understand, but whatever. But they were basically said, and this is a very, very simple summary, that they said that they were willing to not stockpile any more of that, not information, but any more of that material. Because how it works is, you take a bunch of it, you stick it in the centrifuges, you spin it, it gets to a certain percentage of enrichment, and you stockpile it somewhere. They said that they were willing to give up those fucking stockpiles and not accumulate any more of that said stockpile, essentially making it impossible for them to acquire a fucking nuclear weapon. But this was an attack that was already decided months before by both the Trump administration and the Israelis, and also the date for the attack specifically was decided literally weeks ago. The negotiations were completely and utterly pointless.
And they even turned down an offer for unlimited free nuclear fuel forever for civilian purposes. We had people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested in that because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon. So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program at a different site. They couldn't go back to where they were, the 3 sites that we obliterated. But they were starting work at another site, a different site, different kind of a site. And that was protected by granite. They wanted it protected. Granite's pretty good, but they wanted it protected by...
Granite's so good.
A lot deeper. They wanted to go a lot deeper, and they started the process. Well,
such a great...
conventional ballistic
so
missiles,
protective.
They would do it all at the same time. It threatened our overseas bases and soon could have reached even our homeland. The regime's intention was to use this exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent...
Of course, every reporting that's come out about this said that they were nowhere near close to a nuclear weapon. The JCPOA was also effective in not giving them a fucking... I'm just going to keep going back to the 2015 Iran nuclear deal over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, because, again, this is the guy who fucking tore it up and made it such that this is a possibility now, because he always wanted to do regime change alongside Israel.
Obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they had a tremendous number of missiles, most of which have now been used or destroyed, and very unsuccessfully used because we have been able, for the most part, to shoot them all down. What incredible technology. The Patriots have been unbelievable, and other things. And the laser technology that we have now is incredible. It's coming out pretty soon. Where literally lasers will do the work of, at a lot less cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other...
We got lasers, folks.
The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And if you notice, they did something which was very foolish, very stupid, I would say. They attacked their neighbors. And the neighbors were largely neutral, or at least...
So again, this is a lie, by the way. The reason why the Iranians are attacking American military bases that they were getting attacked from was because of the fact that, self-defense, first and foremost. That's how that works. So they're going to attack the sites that they're getting attacked from. If some of the missiles or drones get intercepted and hit civilians as a byproduct, that's not necessarily the fault of the Iranians there who are doing the attacks in self-defense, because that's how self-defense actually works. That's a byproduct of your poor interception of those fucking goddamn, munitions. making it such that, oh, well, time for that thing to fall in a civilian area. Oops, people died now. Oopsie poopsie. What can we fucking do about that? And I definitely would attribute any potential death from that to the United States and Israel, because again, you guys are the ones who started the attacks on Iran for literally no reason, prompting them to retaliate, because that's how retaliation works. That's how, generally speaking, self-defense works. Trump, I know it's a very, very, very difficult and complicated concept for your, pea brain to sort of understand, but broadly speaking, that's how it operates, but I digress. The point of all of this is, I forgot what my overall point of what's going to be. I remember now. Okay. Iran is hitting those bases specifically because of the fact that they want to drive a wedge between the United States and the Arab states, the Gulf states as well, the oil-rich states, right? Because what they want to essentially accomplish, and they've been, broadly speaking, quite successful, is to sow the seeds of doubts in the minds of these Gulf states, saying like, dog, why the fuck am I getting attacked? I wanted nothing to do with this, and I'm getting attacked for literally no fucking goddamn reason. We just want to sit here and make money with all of our fucking oil. That's what we want to do. I don't want any part of this fucking war. Fuck that. Absolutely the fuck not. And guess what? That's been the sort of prevailing attitude of the fucking Gulf states in this whole sort of fucking fiasco. But again, Benjamin Netanyahu and all these fucking dipshits, yeah, they don't care about any of that stuff. It's all about just the Greater Israel Project and, fulfilling the prophecy of this, dumbass death cult.
Weren't going to be involved, and they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors came onto our side and started attacking them, and actually quite successfully. If you look at Saudi Arabia,
that's a lie.
UAE, Qatar, and others. But they were strong and they were smart, but they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, no, somebody made a mistake. There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down. On the very first day I came down the escalator in 2015, I said,
so many attacks.
I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And all I'm doing is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then, and a much bigger threat now.
The JCPOA was in place preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon. I just don't understand, man. Jesus Christ. I believe, yes, MBS is splitting from the United States' position from this Boy Meets Mini. They had a secret line with the Iranians asking them, can we just hit, a random spot in the fucking desert to make it look like we're doing something? Because we want absolutely fucking nothing to do with this. We just want to be left alone and just make money from our oil reserves. Can we just please do that? We want nothing to do with this. And a bunch of other Arab states have also stipulated those points as well. We want fucking nothing to do with any of this stuff.
But no longer a threat. Not for a long time, anyway. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever.
We're going to do such a good job, folks.
In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships, drones, missiles, nuclear menace, or anything. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain safe. We have a lot of Navy ships there. We have the best equipment in the world, inspecting for mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea, but we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping them.
We're going to get them,
to recover that
folks.
section of the world.
Let me tell you.
In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families. We've done that. We brought it very low. This was just an excursion into something that had to be done.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this would like to say otherwise. Haven't, Boy Meets Mini, hasn't it hit, $8 a gallon in California? I know that California's had unusually high oil gas prices, but isn't it really, really high where you're at right now in particular, if I recall correctly? I can only imagine what it's like in probably a bunch of the other states in particular. I don't know, it's one of those things where it's just dog, or probably in New York, right? Because more populous states are probably going to have higher demand of fucking gas because more people need to drive their cars in order to get to places. Makes a lot of sense, obviously. A bunch of people, there's been reports, for example, basically saying I used to be able to fill up a tank full of gas for this fucking price point, and now it's only half a tank of gas instead. Meaning You guys have not been keeping gas prices down. And by the way, like I said before, the G7 stuff, this is only going to offer a temporary reprieve. This is not going to be a fucking permanent solution. Driving around today was high 5s to low 6s at most stations. Some area like Hollywood are prices one higher than that, I'm not sure. So at most 750. At most 750. Got you. Thank you, Boy Spinny.
We're getting very close to finishing that deal. In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf. So we're putting up risk insurance. We'll perhaps...
I don't think he knows that, Alex.
We don't think it'll be necessary if it is. And if they do anything, the price will be incalculable. It will be so great that they will have wished they never did it.
So great.
To keep the straits flowing.
Huge
folks. All of
folks.
that, it affects other countries much more than it does the United States. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil, gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela now as our new partner, great partner.
Okay, then if you had so much fucking oil and gas, then again, why the fuck would you have to do the coup in Venezuela? Why the fuck would you have to tariff us in Canada? Why the fuck did you go through with this like bombing attack on fucking whatever, like Trump contradictions? There's no point in fucking digging into any of them because it doesn't fucking matter. It's so stupid. All the oil companies have said that they want basically absolutely nothing to do with any of the Venezuelan oil infrastructure because they're just like, yeah, it's all 50 years old. To replace it would take fucking forever. It's not worth it, and we don't want to do it.
Worked out so wonderful. We're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive source of oil, gas, everything. But,
we're doing so good, folks.
We're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China, as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting.
Okay, if you have a good relationship and that you're doing this, it's stopping him from getting oil, which, again, given the transition that China is doing very successfully to vast solar farms and wind farms, making it such that they are more than likely going to be a net, not net emitters, but what's the opposite of fucking emitters? I always forget the term, but basically, well, not emitting as much, or basically like net zero emissions by around 2030. It seems like they are not going to really care all that much about the fact that they're like, oh, we're not getting oil from Venezuela or Iran anymore. Okay, whatever, dude. Like, yeah, we really could give less of a flying fuck about any of that stuff because, I mean, our electricity just comes from, well, the wind in the fucking sky. So, meh, whatever. Like, you want to have that, I don't know, dog shit fucking gas that's destroying the fucking goddamn planet? Okay, United States, you have fun with that, buddy.
Protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do, and very successfully, I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off till the straightens out.
The Russians, by the way, he's not going to specify who. He's talking about the Russians there.
Then who knows, maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much peace. But when the time comes, the U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed. I hope it's not going to be needed, but if it's needed, we'll escort them right through.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships and all of them. We know exactly where they're placed. We'll get them out of there very fast, but we hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game,
we're going to get them out, folks.
That they have not seen before. So we're winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule. Our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's
so
ever seen
good, folks.
Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed. But they were
yeah, they've been stockpiling that stuff under the mountains for the latter part of about 10 years because they knew that something like this was probably going to happen eventually ever since the JCPOA was torn up. So, yeah, that's generally speaking why the Iranians have, like... By the way, they haven't even... They've been using, like, I believe hundreds upon hundreds of drones and missiles. From what I understand, they have tens of thousands stored. So they can keep this shit up for a while. Yeah, that's a good point there, Alex. Yeah, if they play that game, we're going to hit them hard. So the real war is going to start if they close the strait. Well, again, they went into this with no plan, with basically, like, no thought behind any of this stuff. Because, of course, they went into all of this with basically no plan and no thought behind any of this stuff. Again, like Lindsey Graham just jingled some keys alongside Benjamin Netanyahu to go ahead with an attack for probably, like, some form of, like, legacy consideration. If I were to take a fucking guess, and that's the only reason why Trump does anything is because, from the great line of Premier Romanov from Red Alert Turd, I have legacy to consider. This is pretty much exactly the main reasonings for as to why Trump is doing this in particular, and how he probably got convinced by Lindsey Graham in order to do this, purely because of legacy considerations, because every military expert was saying, this is a bad idea. No, do not do this. This is insane. Can we please not fucking do this? Absolutely the fuck not. But Trump, brain barely works, dementia-addled, decided to go ahead with all this. So it's just like, okay, bro, nice fucking goddamn meme. It's like, it's one of those things where it's just like, what the fuck are we supposed to do, man? Like, we have this, like, completely dementia-addled, like, brain-addled fucking freak currently in power, and, I don't know, everyone's, like, shocked Pikachu-facing that, oh, inevitably it was not going to work out for as well as it was, when literally everyone was saying this is a terrible idea. But, you know, Donald Trump only cares about one thing only, and that's maintaining some form of a legacy. Because guess what? What else does he really have to his name besides the fact that his dumbass is definitely in the fucking Epstein files?
We're going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with good timing, and we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead, any questions?
Hit even harder.
Thank you so much.
Okay, man.
Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject.
Yeah, because you're basically doing everything possible to make it worse and make it more difficult. Again, like, the Russians understand that you are incredibly weak. They understand that you're going to be more amenable to their fucking positions. And as a result, they're just like, well, we can just, like, stall it out because the United States is as fucking weak as it is. So we can just stall out the US and just be like, whatever. We don't really have to give much of a shit at all. Because we can probably get away with it, and it'll probably be fine. Just so long as we have, I don't know, the ability to just stall out the U.S. and stall out the Ukrainians for as long as we fucking can, we can basically make it such that eventually we can get favorable negotiations. Because guess what? All of the I think there's been like 6 rounds of negotiations, right? Ever since, like, Russia's been getting significantly more aggressive with a lot of its attacks and breaking multiple, like, medium-range ballistic missile treaties, right? The Oreshnik, for example, is a nuclear-capable medium-range ballistic missile, right? It should be obvious why that's bad, because you have a lot less time to react to a medium-range ballistic missile in comparison to that of the ICBMs, which take a lot longer to be able to, well, go over the planet and attack a fucking goddamn city. Medium-range ballistic missiles don't really have that fucking concern in particular. The biggest problem is it was specifically the Russians, because the Russians know that NATO is weak at the moment because of the United States being incredibly weak themselves, because you're the one currently in power, because you keep thinking that Putin is your friend. Putin's not your friend. He's never been your friend. He never will be your friend. Like, stop pretending and thinking like, oh, listen, Pooty Poo is my best friend. I love Pooty Poo. We're such good friends. I love him and he loves me. But in reality, it's just like, bro, you're getting trolled. He's not friends with you. He's never been friends with you. Like, shut the fuck up with this bullshit, bro. Oh yeah, 1000%, Boy Meets Mini. But that, again, like, it's just state interest, nationalist interests, and that's, like, literally how it is with all of these fucking states. Again, it says Bell the Ranch herself says constantly, states do not have friends, they have interests. And guess what? The Russians are operating within their interests. Like, duh.
Subject, we obviously talked then about the Middle East, and he wants to be helpful. I said that you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
Are you
but
talking
soon.
about days?
I think so.
Okay, and with respect
Very soon. Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact, they have 2 levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But 2 levels of leadership are gone. Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So it's obviously been very, very powerful, very effective.
to Cuba, you said that Cuba wants to make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for that, and why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing a great job. I think he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State in history. Look at what we've done as a presidency. Look at what we've done as an administration.
Yeah, what, randomly kidnapping Nicolas Maduro, starving out the fucking Cubans for what exactly? Because Marco Rubio has like a schizophrenic conniption with Cuba, even though his family left Cuba during the reign of fucking Batista, but whatever, doesn't really matter. Like, you know, Cuban fucking expat like propaganda is unfortunately incredibly effective, and Marco Rubio is currently in, I don't know, like a position of power where he's been like affected by like decades of like probably some of the dumbest fucking propaganda on the planet.
They trust Marco, and so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But it's healing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly.
He speaks Spanish.
They're down to, as they say, fumes. They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis. And we don't want to see that, but they were very, very bad to a lot of people, as you know, and a lot of people living on the.
Yeah, man. They're fucked in terms of a humanitarian stance. Now, let's not get into too many details for as to why that's the case. You know, we had nothing really to do with that. Like, I mean, come on, bro. Like, oh, very, very typical of the conservatives. Well, they take no responsibility for any of their fucking actions. It's just, it's so fucking annoying, bro.
Cuban American vote, which I got at record levels. Very important. Those people are very important to me. I know what they went through. They went through hell.
Yeah, and they're starting to leave you in droves.
Them have gone on to be some of the most successful people in the country. Cuban American business people, some of them are like the most successful in the country, and a lot of them are friends of mine because I've been fighting this battle with them for a long time. The Castro regime was brutal, but they lived off Venezuela. Now they don't live off Venezuela. It sends them no energy, no fuel, no oil, no money, no nothing. They lived without Venezuela. They couldn't have made it, and we cut them off from everything else. So yeah, they're going to make either a deal or we'll do it just as easy anyway. Yeah.
We're going to make such a great deal.
Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I haven't seen it, and I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful...
That's a pretty good fucking question, actually, yeah, because we know from broader reporting that guess who were the ones that bombed the girls' school? It was not the Israelis. It was the United States of America that led to the murder of about 150 schoolgirls.
Weapons around is used by, sold and used by other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more, but whether it's Iran or
I'm going to tell you right now, it was you guys. You guys were the ones that hit the fucking school. You targeted the school and hit the fucking goddamn school, because the only people who were attacking Iran at the early advent of the war was you and the Israelis.
Somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic, it's sold to other countries, but that's being investigated right now.
No, I'm sure it is.
Thank you. Mr. President, you said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be
Well, I think
prepared
you could
for
say
this
both. The beginning, it's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft.
Beginning of building of a new fucking nation. We doing some fucking nation building again? Whoa, it's all inherently fucking contradictory as always. Whoa, this is me being very shocked and surprised that these guys went in with literally no plan, no idea, and no basic exit strategy either. Because let's be honest here, like, more than likely, given the fact that polling is as bad as it is, specifically on Iran, I think about these attacks have about, I think, only like a 20% approval rating. I think the highest I've seen is like 27% approval rating. Trump specifically is probably going to try to look for a way to have some form of an exit ramp as soon as it becomes, well, too unpalatable to be rah pro fucking Iranian war, because the American people have made it very clear that they're not down with this war. No one's really down with this war because it's just too much of a quagmire. And Donald Trump keeps constantly admitting, it's like, yo, this is a nation. Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of nation building. We don't really have any clear objectives or any idea for as to what the fuck they're doing. But yeah, well, whatever. Who cares?
Equipment, it's all been blown up. They have no radar. They have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So you can look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, it's incredible. We wiped out a big navy, very powerful navy. These were ships. These were serious ships. These were ships that you buy when you want to win battles. They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off the ships. They refuse to get on the ships.
I don't know. I don't think I would agree with that, honestly, Boy Meets Mini. I think you're wrong. Everyone remembers Iraq. everyone will look at this exactly in the same lens as Iraq, if not worse, and people still remember Iraq. And also, manufacturing consent, that didn't fucking happen for this war. Those are two very, very important factors. Yeah, but everyone, broadly speaking, remembers how fucking dog shit Iraq was and how much of a non-success Iraq was, right? That's probably what they're going to be thinking of way, way more. Especially in the younger generations. That's what they're going to be thinking about way, way more. They're going to be like, we literally did this shit already and it didn't fucking work. Like, this is fucking stupid. Like, the only people who are going to be approving of this war with Iran are just going to be Christian fucking evangelicals. That's, like, literally it.
The ships. The Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. The missiles are down to a trickle. The drones are down to...
It's all gone.
5%.
I did everything.
Down to nothing. We'll have where they manufacture the drones are under fire. As we speak, they're being hit. So the rest is going to be determination as to my attitude along with the people in the Trump administration, what we want to do. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, you mentioned you were going to waive certain additional oil waivers or sanctions. Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular...
Well, we're looking to keep the oil prices down. We went artificially up because of this excursion into a very positive thing. I mean, this was an excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. But I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful. This was a military success, the likes of which...
Why do we keep voting in senators and reps who supported the Iraq war? The cat's bound to lose to fucking AIPAC, brother. Well, part of it is probably because of the fact that there has been no sort of effective countermeasure or person that's been put into like a position to be able to challenge a lot of those senators and representatives, because again, it's kind of expensive to run a Senate campaign. It is kind of expensive to be able to run even a House campaign, right? Like, it costs a lot of fucking money. It's not easy to do any of that stuff. And as a result, it's a lot of effort. And a lot of people are also fucking apathetic, right? They'll just be like, oh, this guy's on the ballot, whatever, we'll just vote that for that guy. And also, like, Republicans are unironically cattle. They'll just, like, vote for anyone that they see has an R beside their name. It doesn't fucking matter in particular. And then you're going to have, like, same with most of the Democrats that are also in that fucking district. They're just going to vote for someone who has a D beside their name. And also, voter apathy is also a huge, huge fucking factor, right? That's why all these people, where they're just going to be able to, who would want to mount a fucking challenge. First off, they don't necessarily have the resources in order to be able to do that. And second off, apathy is a huge fucking problem within the United States of America. The main thing that you need to beat and convince are people to not sit on the fucking couch. That's mostly what it is. But it's a big fucking club and your dumbass isn't fucking in it. The Uniparty has made it very, very clear that they just support bombing people in the fucking Middle East.
People haven't seen. We have the best military. We have the best equipment. We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best. And this went very quickly. We talked about that with President Putin. He was very impressed with what he saw.
So impressed, folks.
Quite like it. You know, Iran was a very powerful military country with all of the missiles. Now, you had the double attack. You had the original attack with us in Israel, and that knocked them for a loop. Then you had the B-2 bombers, which took out their nuclear capability, and they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks, and they would have used it long before this press conference.
I'm sure.
A much different press conference if we had a press conference at all. But it's been amazing. The military success that we've had is truly unprecedented.
You told your congressional colleagues that you will not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Does that include the confirmation of Senator Mullen as your next DHS secretary? Does that mean a DHS funding bill? And Senator Thune said today, it's not a matter of whether or not your Republican colleagues agree with the policy, it's about changing the process. In other words, getting rid of the filibuster to get
So in order to get it, you're going to need Democrat vote.
That's a pretty good fucking question there. That's a very, very good question. Directly calling out Trump, saying like, I'm gonna shut down the entirety of Congress so we can get my dumbass SAFE Act put into place. And obviously, we've talked about the SAFE Act before. It's really fucking bad. Basically, it could potentially disenfranchise about 70 million fucking women from being able to vote. An effective sort of roundabout repeal of the 19th Amendment. Again, even if the SAFE Act were signed into law, and that shit's definitely not going to make it past the filibuster, right? John Thune has made it such that he is not interested in implementing a talking filibuster because, again, this is going to be a really, really easy political win for the Democrats because you can bring bills to the floor of the House saying, like, we are increasing Medicare subsidies. hey, Republicans, would you like to basically keep talking over and over and over again, or like a war powers resolution into Venezuela or Iran? Hey, Republicans, would you like to keep talking over the fact that you do not agree with the passing of this fucking bill? I'm sure that's going to make it look really good for your fucking re-election campaigns. And also, Republicans are fucking lazy. Very, very fucking lazy. If they can basically avoid doing any fucking work in general, they will avoid doing any fucking work in goddamn general, because they hate serving the American people. They hate public service as a fucking concept. So in reality, well, John Thune is definitely not going to want to do something like a talking filibuster, because it's going to make it such that, like, oh, why are you talking so much about wanting to pass this very obvious popular legislation with the American people? That's going to make you guys look really, really bad, isn't it? And that's going to be a problem for your fucking re-election campaigns. We can run a lot of fucking attack ads explaining to the American people, hey, this guy basically talked for like 24 hours to try to kill this bill that's you would have benefited from. Kind of makes them look bad. You should vote for me instead. And the Republicans do not want to be held account for that, because they don't believe in anything popular in terms of policy.
And what we're saying is the Save America, not the SAVE Act, which nobody knew what it was, the Save America Act. The Save America Act. And that's voter ID. We want voter ID.
We love
voter,
semantics.
We want to be able to see a picture of the voter. We want to be able to see that the voter is legitimate. We want, very importantly, confirmation that this voter is a citizen of the United States of America. And we want no mail-in ballot scams. So we have
again, no evidence that 2020 was the most secure election within recent history, as has been said by every sort of like election security sort of institution that have talked about this. So again, it's just like the same fucking 2020 election fucking fear-mongering bullshit that this guy will just never get over, because he's upset about the fact that people actually fucking hate him.
Exceptions for the military, for sick, for disabled, and for people that are away, business trips or whatever. Even vacations will be very liberal in that. We've added 2 things to it: no men and women's sports, and no transgender mutilization of our children. We don't want it's mutilization of our children, and we don't want that. So we added those 2 things. That's the 5 points. We have 5 very good points. It polls at
what trans people are not allowed to vote or something? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Stupid.
86% with Democrats. Think of that. The overall vote is 86%.
He's lying here. Specifically, what he's talking about is a very, very, because it depends on how the question is asked, but generally speaking, the question in terms of voter ID with the SAVE Act, it basically stipulates like, hey, do you think that people should be able to be able to present ID in order to be able to go vote? And everyone's just gonna be like, well, yeah, obviously that makes sense to me, because it's a question where it's just like, you kind of would seem insane in order to basically disagree with that, right? And the Republicans tout that and be like, see, look at this incredibly fucking vague question that we asked that polls so well with like literally everybody. It's like, well, it's because you asked the question in such a vague way and are so non-specific about what you would basically want, making it such that, yeah, obviously everyone's going to fucking agree with that, because you're being incredibly vague on all the fucking details, thus making it an incredibly fucking dishonest question.
With Republicans, it's 98%. And the only one opposed to it is a Democrat leadership, because they cheat. They want to cheat. So we added those 2 points. We're going for the gold, and we're going to have to fight like hell. Now, certain things will happen. Certain things will take place. I'm here to do a great job for the country. But we don't have a country if we're going to have elections that are so corrupt.
Again, like, the SAVE Act it threatens to basically take away the voting rights of about 70 million American women, because a stipulation of this, and that there's a very, very good Mehdi Hassan thread talking about the details of the Save America Act, where it will basically delineate a lot of this to the states, right? Saying how people can, well, depending on their spousal name, right? Because it says like, oh, you have to have your original name on your birth certificate. Most American women, about 70% of them, have taken the name of their fucking spouses. They don't have their original fucking name anymore unless they have their birth certificates on them at all times, which seems fucking ridiculous, but whatever, in order to be able to go and fucking vote, for fuck's sake. Silly. Stupid. Not to mention they also want passports for people to be able to vote. Not everyone in America has their fucking passports. It's expensive to get your fucking passport in America, because of course it is. So not everyone's going to have a passport. And that's another form of voter disenfranchisement, which is why the bill is just generally speaking bad. But in terms of the 70 million women who have taken their spouse's name instead of keeping their original birth name like they had in their certificate, they would be basically unable to vote in the Republican states, where they would basically have it such that, women would not be able to vote. Because in reality, they want to use this as an avenue for women to punish women for the fact that they are the ones who generally vote for fucking Democrats. That's the point of all of this. It would disenfranchise tens of millions of people.
So dishonest, like we've witnessed over the last period of time. You know, as an example, virtually nobody has a system of mail-in ballots like we have. No other country in the world. France went away from it. They owe it. You know why? Because it's corrupt. And Jimmy Carter, when he had a commission, frankly, I think it's probably the best thing Jimmy Carter did. He said you can't have mail-in voting because it's inherently dishonest, and it's turned out to be totally dishonest. So we're going to fight for it.
No evidence, of course.
Iran activated any sleeper cells inside the U.S. There's reports that they have pressed that trigger button to activate those cells, at least abroad.
Well, they've been trying for a long time. We've been very much on top of it. One of the things we have to do is get the Democrats to stop the Democrat shutdown, because, as you know, the apparatus that looks into that, Schumer and the Democrats have shut it down, which tells you they probably hate our country a lot. But the Democrats have to open that up.
Yeah, it's not the reasoning why. It's because of ICE killing American citizens. Whatever. It's stupid. Oh no, the fucking 3 IQ stooge. Oh, so Jimmy Carter never said that? Yeah, I didn't think so, but whatever. He lies about as much as he breathes, and he thinks he's not lying. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Who cares about whatever statements, whatever people he fucking quotes? He's obviously going to be fucking wrong. It doesn't matter. But yeah, dude, Iran clicked the big red button in order to activate all the sleeper cells that are located in the fucking United States of America. Yeah, dude, because that's definitely how that fucking works, bro. It was stupid.
But we've got very, very good intelligence into that. We know a lot of different things that have happened that have been very bad. A lot of them came in during the Biden open border period, but we have them under. We've got them.
They came in the south border, eh?
Yeah, we know a lot about it.
Okay, bro.
The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about them, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do.
Do you have to take him out? Does he have a target on his back?
You mean the new supreme leader? You mean the son?
How can there be an Iran?
Well, I don't want to say that, but I was disappointed because we think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem for the country. So I was disappointed to see their choice.
Oh, whoa, it changed nothing. Whoa, shocker. Not having a plan for your regime change, just doing a random decapitation strike. Oh, it didn't fucking work. Oh, whoa, I'm shocked, dude.
You said you have someone in mind to be the new Iranian leadership, if not the Ayatollah's son. What are you looking for in that person? Are you looking at someone internal, given that you just said that their leadership has been...
I like the idea of internal and eternal, come to think of it. But I like the idea of internal because it works well. I think we've proven that so far in Venezuela. We have a woman, Delcy, who has been president of the country, very respected, very...
Bolivarian, by the way. Literally nothing changed at all within Venezuela whatsoever.
She's doing a great job. And it's, no disruption. We had, as you remember, Iraq. Everybody got fired. The military got fired. The police got fired. The politicians got fired. There was nobody.
Everyone was fired.
ISIS. And we don't want that. We don't want that. So I would like to see people that are inside go. Now they talk about the son of the Shah. They talk about other people. But, hasn't been there in many, many years. We have a formula.
You literally said that you don't want the son of the Shah to fucking take... Okay, whatever. Literally you said, okay, I don't want that guy. Actually, that guy's kind of bad. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. Stupid.
Very good so far, and I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela. Smart country. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil. It's right now in Houston being taken care of and made so beautiful. And you have to see this at work. They have it's brought to the refineries. It's being refined in Houston, which is made exactly for that product. And so far, but it's 100 million barrels of oil, and now they have another 100 million barrels coming. And it's like a partnership. We're getting along so well with them. It's great for Venezuela, and it's great for the United States.
We're looting Venezuela.
Please go ahead.
Mr. President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's...
That's a very, very good fucking goddamn question. Catching the president directly in a fucking lie. Fantastic fucking question.
Something that I was told is under investigation, but tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please.
Yeah, man, totally, because Iran, for whatever reason, would bomb their own fucking elementary school full of schoolgirls and kill 150 of them with their own fucking tomahawk, bro. It's okay, man, stupid. Very, very dumb. That's literally not gonna fucking happen. It's nonsense.
You said earlier that we've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. What do you consider enough? What's your baseline?
Where they're not going to be starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon, where they'll look at that man and some other people from the administration and say, all right, we're not going to do it. They were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and he said that to me, I said, well, here we go. Let's do it the hard way.
Okay, then would you like to re-implement the JCPOA that was negotiated under Barack Obama? Because that was very, very successful in preventing the Iranians from acquiring a fucking nuclear weapon, which you and Benjamin Netanyahu have consistently lied about, saying that the Iranians broke it when there was 11 different inspections by the IAEA saying, nope, they are following the tenets of the deal to a fucking letter. So, which is it, buddy? Because you can't have both.
The hard way, I think, is probably the easy way. When basically I can see that they will no longer have any capacity.
The hard way is the easy way, folks.
Of developing weaponry that could be used against the United States, Israel, or any of our allies. We have great allies in the Middle East, great countries that are allies.
And literally, even in this, he said that they almost had a nuke. They were going to have a nuke. They almost have a nuke. And, like, again, they're going to be inherently nebulous in terms of the objectives at all fucking goddamn times. Why? Because they just want the forever war. That's the fucking point of this. Him, Israel, the military-industrial complex, Lindsey Graham, and all the other fucking freak neocons and dipshit fucking Democrats, all these people that are currently in power, this pedophilic Epstein-class elite, have been wanting this war for the latter part of about 30 fucking goddamn years. They've been wanting to bomb the shit out of Iran. And guess what? Now they finally fucking have it because of dementia-addled fucking dumbass over here probably being sold the lie that he has a fucking legacy that he wants to build for himself when he inevitably dies off.
Staying out of it until they got hit. Someday they'll have to do a story. Why did he do that? Why did they do that? But they were going to hit them. If I didn't hit them first, they were going to hit our allies first. I believe.
Sure, man.
Information and belief. But I believe that he was going to. They were going to take over the Middle East. They were looking to take over the Middle East.
Oh, yeah, I know the U.S. is losing this war. Like, if they actually go through with the ground invasion, it's over. Like, it's going to be total Iranian victory. Like, it's over. And they obviously, like, the U.S. does not want to fucking do that specifically because they know they'll get fucking completely owned. So, like, But, like, there's currently a bunch of lunatic death cultists that are currently running the government right now, so we don't even know if they're going to fucking go through with that. We don't even know if they're interested in peace. They don't seem interested in peace whatsoever, so they're just going to, like, I don't know, go with the vibe, and if Israel tells them that they want to do it, meh, whatever, they'll fucking do it. Like, that's it. Like, it's all at the behest of, I don't know, like, people in fucking Israel right now. Like, that's how fucking bleak it is.
Now, had Operation Midnight Hammer not taken place, that was definite. Because they would have had a nuclear weapon within a matter of weeks. But that took place. That was a setback. But look at the number of missiles they were able to buy and make.
Wait, I thought the program was completely and utterly obliterated. Now you're saying it's a setback? That's interesting.
Over the last 6 months. And those missiles were aimed at various countries. And when you look at over 1,000 missiles shot at, like, UAE, they were looking to take over the Middle East. We got there first. Lucky. I'll tell you what, the Middle East and those countries, very rich countries, are very lucky that I was president instead of somebody else.
You're so lucky, folks.
And your vice president when it comes to U.S. action in Iran.
I don't think so, no. No, we get along very well on this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco. And
oh, this guy is not my president. I'm Canadian. We want nothing to do with this shit either. Like, fuck that. But yeah, I mean, I remember, like, I mentioned earlier that the not the Saudis, but yeah, but the Saudis basically, they called up the Iranians saying, like, hey, can we like bomb like a random desert somewhere in the middle of buttfuck nowhere because we really just don't want to fucking deal with this shit. Like, absolutely, like, we want absolutely nothing to do with this war whatsoever. We just want to make money from a bunch of oil. Like, fuck that bullshit. Fuck this noise. And it's just like, because it's just stupid and fucking ridiculous. Because again, a orange lunatic is being told that he has a legacy to secure for himself by bombing the shit out of Iran because of, oh, well, the fact that Lindsey Graham jingled a bunch of keys saying, like, you know what Israel would really want us to do right now, Mr. fucking President? For us to just basically just bomb the shit out of Iran. That's what we want. It's going to be so great about, well, the fact that we're going to create the Greater Israel Project. You're going to be so great for the evangelical vote. They're going to love you. They're going to see you as a second coming of Jesus. Because unironically, like, he has probably been told he would be the second coming of Jesus if he were to go ahead with the bombing of Iran, which is probably a contributing factor for as to why he went ahead with the bombing of fucking Iran. I wouldn't be surprised about that whatsoever, because the only thing that's stopping the Greater Israel Project at this point is just, well, specifically the Iranians, because they're the other hegemonic power within the region, right? Making it such that, well, you get rid of these guys, then Israel's going to be able to pursue its, well, imperialistic fucking ambitions of just, well, I'll say mass death for a bunch of Arab people. Like, let's not mince words here. What Israel ultimately wants is a bunch of fucking mass death. And there's a bunch of, like, evangelical crazed freaks that are behind them who are, I don't know, basically goading them on and saying, like, yeah, absolutely, just kill a bunch of them. And since we're dealing with a fucking death cult here, and they think that this is, like, their moment to fulfill their crazed fucking prophecy, it's entirely fucking fanatical and nonsensical. And since we're dealing with a dementia-addled, narcissistic fucking dipshit, well, he's been told that he's going to be the second fucking coming of Jesus, and he's just basically going to go through with this. Oh, I do believe that this probably would have happened under Kamala Harris as well, because she had similar rhetoric in terms of this. But would she have done this to a lesser degree? I'm not really certain. She probably would have. I don't know. She probably would have done the fucking same thing, right? Yeah, she probably would have fucking done the same thing, generally speaking, in bombing of the Iranians. I'm not sure if she would have considered a ground invasion. I mean, they're considering a fucking ground invasion. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they also nuked Tehran as well. I mean, we are dealing with, like, crazed fucking madmen currently in power right now. So that's definitely a fucking goddamn option that is on the table. Maybe. I mean, if they were to do that, it would be so fucking bad. But again, like, we're dealing with, like, Christian fucking death cultists, so they believe that this is the end times, and if they have to fucking nuke Tehran in order to be able to bring about their fucking rapturous desire and their death cult, then they'll fucking do it, which is, I mean, it's insane to fucking think about, and, like, there's barely any guardrails to prevent something from, like, that from happening.
Pete and everybody was involved. I felt that they were looking to tap us along before they hit, and I thought they were going to hit. And if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad thing. In the back, please, in the back. About the straight, you mean? Yeah, well, I want to keep it open. I want to keep it good. You know, it doesn't pertain to us so much as it does to China. We're really helping China here and other countries because they get a lot of their energy from the Straits.
It's not how that works,
we have a good
but
relationship
whatever.
with China. It's my honor to do it. Yeah.
You have called him an unacceptable choice. So does he have a target on his back? And how can you say
I don't want to say whether or not he does because that would be inappropriate. But hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first. But they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody that was after me. So, you know, but people don't like to mention that, but they did catch him. And I'd like to congratulate our military, Secret Service, FBI, all of the people that worked on that, but they did. Yeah, please.
Is he talking about the more recent attack from Mar-a-Lago from that one dude in South Carolina? I have no fucking idea. But that is a good point, Alex. Like, if they were to go through with the hypothetical nuking of, like, the U.S. or Israel were to go through with the nuking of Iran, it would be over for the United States of America. It would be really, really fucking bad if they were to use any form of nuclear weapon. Like, not to mention all the dust that would get kicked up, caught into a bunch of air currents. That shit would probably also affect Israel, which they're quote-unquote trying to protect. It could potentially get to Russia. It could get to Pakistan. It could get to so many fucking goddamn, like, differing locations. Because we've seen what happens in Chernobyl, right? When that reactor had a meltdown, it kicked up a bunch of nuclear contaminated dust into the air currents, and it spread it into a bunch of neighboring fucking countries. Romania, for example, for some particular reason, started listing a lot more cancer diagnoses than, more than fucking usual. And that was purely attributed to what? Oh, the meltdown of the Chernobyl reactor.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight after your military objectives have wrapped up. Isn't that a betrayal of
Will
the
I help
people?
them? I'd like to, if they can behave. but they've been very menacing. You know, they're great people. They have an amazing...
They're so menacing.
Amazing, smart, brilliant, energetic. They have a great... I'd love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped. And right now they're in a system that only allows failure. And I don't want that. And I want a system that's not going to be attacking us. We want a system that can...
But why are we buffering?
lead to many years of peace. And if we can't have... brilliant, energetic. They have a great... I'd love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped. And right now they're in a system that only allows failure. And I don't want that. And I want a system that's not going to be attacking us. We want a system that can lead to many years of peace. And if we can't have that...
It says this fucking jabroni over here. Oh, they're in a system that's completely full of failure. Everything's failing. The economy is shit. The labor market's bad. You just lost 92,000 jobs in a revision that happened in February. Oil prices are spiking because of your dumbass war. You've negotiated no fucking peace deals. Energy prices are up. I guess we can mention again the job market being shit. I don't know, like the golden age of America doesn't seem to be particularly golden.
We might as well get it over with right now. Yeah, please.
President, as of today, there have been 8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you willing to have in this war?
Well, as I said before, when you have conflicts like this, you always have death. And I was at Dover yesterday. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were unbelievable people, but they all had one thing in common. They said to me, one thing, every single one, finish the job, sir. Please, finish the job. And I'll leave you at that. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, I don't fucking believe him. I mean, like, listen, we all know, like, this war is a complete shit show. The approval rating for it is tanking. He has no idea what's going on. He's just probably been told he's going to be the second fucking coming of Jesus, and that's why he's going through with this. Like, that's literally it. The United States is being led by an evangelical fucking death cult that is only interested in one thing and one thing only, and that is mass death and starvation of millions upon millions of people within the fucking Middle East. So it doesn't matter what they do; they'll just justify it however the fuck they want. They don't give a shit about any of this stuff, and it's going to be result in one thing and one thing only: the mass death of more and more people throughout the entirety of the fucking goddamn Middle East. Because again, of all the psychotic freaks currently in positions of power in the United States of America. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. It's late. And yeah, I was going to say, just ban Matt Chu, Boy Meets Minnie. That guy is very fucking annoying. So yeah, it's fine. And next, when we go as immigrants, we get kicked out and have no land. I listen, Saud. I mean, fucking climate change, right, bro? There's gonna be tens of millions of people, because eventually, like, let's be honest here. At some point in time, because of climate fucking change, it's going to make it such that the Middle East is going to be uninhabitable. All of the studies are indicating that that's going to be the fucking case, right? You're not going to be able to live there. There's going to be an inevitable refugee crisis. What the fuck is the United States going to do about any of that stuff? Oh, probably, like, murder all of you guys or something. Like, it's going to be fucking awful. We'll do the cat Abugazaleh stuff tomorrow. Alright. Who the fuck are we raiding out to today? Oh, it's rough out there. It's rough, folks. It's not great. Looking pretty bad. At this point, all we can do is hope that all the pedophilic elites that are currently in power, I don't know, die off or some shit, and that something better gets replaced. That's all we can really hope for at this point in time, Saud. Let's be honest here. All these, like, Epstein-class fucking dipshits. But, it's a little rough, folks. It's a little rough. Ain't looking the best, folks. Ain't looking the best. I really need to get a new chair, I think. Alright, why don't we raid out to Straighterade? Why not? Alright, dorks. Raid messages. Gamers, you know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer ride with a Daho raid bot. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with a Daho raid bot. That's how we show appreciation to those who into Tankies gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and it's going to be more of the same. Probably yapping about more politics, oh boy. And more Factorios. We love Factorios, don't we, folks? Any case, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.